Chapter 1788. In the banquet hall, the ghoul bodyguards were the most nervous because they didn't know what would happen to their master in the next few seconds, or perhaps a dozen or so seconds. Miss Gong Lina's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Mr. Varley, but soon she no longer paid attention to him. Mr. Varley's palm had now touched the punishment roulette, and he was about to forcefully rotate the roulette. His panicked eyes suddenly showed a smile. Speaking of which, this is the first time I was forced into such a desperate situation. Mr. Varley had a smile on his face. This is really a thrilling battle, and it's full of surprises. Unexpectedly, the bloody arm of the punishment roulette was loosened little by little at this moment. Even the roulette itself faded a little bit. In Mr. Varley's preparation area, a function card was slowly opened, and then it was thrown into the chessboard. Cade's servant card that had disappeared appeared again at this time, but the position it appeared at was the place where he landed at the beginning of the game. Resurrection of the dead, Mr. Varley said with a look of pity at this time. I originally thought that maybe it could only be used when facing the gatekeeper. There will only be one precious card in a game. After Resurrection of the Dead, all the gains of the servant would be reset, and the servant would return to the most primitive state and be resurrected at the starting point. At this moment, the distance between Cade's servant card and Roaring Forest was not something that could be made up by simply throwing a few rounds of action points. At this time, it actually returned to its original state. Miss Gong Lina smiled at this time. In my memory, you really have never encountered such a bad environment. Varley, it's not too late. This is equivalent to deleting your account in the middle and later stages of the game. I'm afraid you will have to work hard to catch up. That's right. Mr. Varley shrugged. Maybe I'm already preparing to accompany you. If Sister Gong Lina doesn't mind, you can protect me. I think I need a team now. It's too far. Miss Gong Lina said indifferently, I can't get there. Mr. Varley smiled indifferently, then looked at Miss Maid across the chessboard. Now it seems that I have lost the qualification to join forces with this lady, right? That's hard to say. The servant girl smiled. The existence of the function card is really surprising. Perhaps in Mr. Varley's hands there is a card that is not worse than the Resurrection of the Dead. I do. At this time, Mr. Varley made a gesture like a curtain call to the audience. I'll leave for the time being. I'll slowly develop for a few rounds at the edge. As he said, he handed the dice to Miss Gong Lina. A new round of betting began. Mr. Varley didn't seem to be annoyed at being beaten back to the original position. Trash! Cadillac's consciousness had once been empty, and then his consciousness returned. In fact, he had woken up amidst the torrent of abuse. This was obviously an insult from his master. He didn't know what kind of expression Mr. Varley, the master, had on his face, but just by hearing his voice he could feel the other party's almost crazy excitement. Cadillac bore it in silence until the storm had calmed. Tell me everything that happened just now, without missing a single word. Tell me, to what extent did you fight with him? And how much of his HP did you take away, so that I can redeploy? Almost. Cadillac was silent for a long time, and his throat squeezed out half a sentence with difficulty. Almost? Well, I think so too. After all, you have a great advantage from the beginning when you are under my command. However, to be able to fight with you to this extent, I should have almost reduced his HP by 1 point. Cadillac sighed deeply. What did you say? I said, I probably didn't even reduce his HP by 1 point. Cadillac smiled bitterly. The special armor-piercing arrow you prepared for me couldn't break his armor at all. The armor had no blind spots, and he even had poison immunity. He just attacked with a sword and a skill, and he almost killed me. Then you rolled and killed me. Are you satisfied? Impossible, this is impossible. Unless it is the sacred armor. Otherwise, this is impossible. The condition to obtain the sacred armor. The voice suddenly stopped, and Mr. Varley seemed to have fallen into some kind of silence. There's no such thing as impossible. My appearance here is the best proof. Cadillac wasn't too depressed because he returned to the starting point at this time. He even had a faint trace of joy. He only hated that he wasn't outside the chessboard to appreciate the flustered and exasperated owner of the castle at this time. Forget it. Mr. Varley spoke again after a while. Since he is wearing this sacred armor, then his specific class is confirmed. What? You still have a way to deal with it? Cadillac frowned subconsciously. Although the sacred armor is close to absolute physical defense, its resistance to magic is not high. Mr. Varley smiled at this time and said, "Since we know the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, it is easy to deal with. You still have a chance now. Anyway, the sacred armor is reset, and it is much more convenient to choose another class and combination. You can change your class to Shadow Sorcerer. Sacred armor. S resistance to magic is very ordinary, and its resistance to mental attacks is even worse. This is what Shadow Sorcerer is good at." Cadillac was silent for a while, but suddenly asked, "Let me ask you a question." "Go ahead. Is there really only one resurrection of the dead in the card box?" Cadillac asked in a deep voice. "Only one," Mr. Varley said calmly. "Chessboard has its own rules. Cherish this opportunity. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I will answer you the same thing." Cadillac sneered. "Remember, if I lose, you will face the punishment roulette again. If I die, I will wait for you here." When Luaccio came, Mr. Sneeve was sitting silently on a dead tree on the ground. Mr. Varley's servant is resurrected and returned to the starting point. "I guessed it." Mr. Sneeve shook his head. "He is the owner of chessboard, and it is unrealistic to defeat him so easily. However, it is already a good result to let him consume Resurrection of the Dead. For so many years, I don't know how many people have entered this chessboard, but I have only seen one guy consume Resurrection of the Dead." "What kind of person?" Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's a guy called Bohemia." Mr. Sneeve shook his head and said, "A guy with good luck, but it was useless. He lost in the end, and then he spun the punishment roulette. After that, he never appeared again. I heard that there is a non-punishment option in the punishment roulette." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "No one has ever turned to the safe option." "I don't know." Mr. Sneeve shook his head. "At least, I have never seen it. By the way, from now on, you have to pay attention to those equipment that can increase your magic resistance." After this, Varley must have guessed that you have this set of sacred armor, and he will find a way to deal with you. Your armor's defense is indeed very strong, but its shortcomings are quite obvious. Magic attacks and mental attacks are your weaknesses. Mr. Sneeve, it seems that you have done a lot of research on this game. "I have been studying it all the time." Mr. Sneeve gritted his teeth and said, "As long as there is a chance, I will watch the battle. I will watch it openly, and I will hide and peek. One by one, I've recorded all the function cards that have appeared before, and I have been studying Varley's action pattern. I have been out for a long time." Luaccio said at this time, "Mr. Gores is still taking care of the injured lady. We should go back and see him." "Oh, I remember." Sneeve nodded solemnly. "You'd better hurry up. After all, it is not a good thing to encounter this female elf who was shot by an arrow. Back then, it was because of this incident that I ended up in my current state." "Can you tell me the development of this incident?" Mr. Sneeve stood up. "There is nothing that can't be said. You defeated Varley's servant and made him suffer such a big loss. I even saw the hope of revenge in you. I will tell you everything I know, and I will do my best to help you until Varley is defeated again. First, tell me the development of this incident." Boss Luo said calmly. Sneeve recalled at this time, "The injured elf you met has been living in the depths of Roaring Forest. You should know that the forest is actually very big. Somewhere in the deep forest, there is an elf tribe. They live in the forest for generations. guarding something, which is an important item that can be used to help the final challenge. You saved her, and soon, under her guidance, you will enter this elf tribe. After a series of investigations, you should encounter a few tests. In the end, I was stuck at the final test, so I missed the time to meet up with my companions and lost the game. What exactly is it? I don't know. Sneeve shook his head. Almost every time this item will be obtained by Varley, so no one knows what is hidden here. But I have observed Varley for so many years, and he will go deep into the forest every time. So I am sure that there must be an item to clear the game. Luaccio took out the slate he picked up on the road. Mr. Sneeve, in the last game, have you seen this slate or something similar? What is this? Sneeve looked at it in surprise, and after a while he shook his head. I don't think I have seen this thing. It seems to be some kind of clue. Where did you get it? I have been studying the chessboard game. Although I dare not say I know everything, I may be able to give you some hints. He really tried hard to provide all the useful information he could. He didn't want to let go of any opportunity. I picked it up on the road, Luaccio said casually. It was buried in the soil. It was discovered because a corner was exposed in the battle. It seems to lead to here, Mr. Sneeve said in surprise. Is this the reason why you entered the roaring forest? Luaccio nodded. Most of it. Mr. Sneeve shook his head. Sorry, I don't know about this slate, but it leads to here. Maybe it has something to do with the important item. Wait, there seems to be some sound. With that, Mr. Sneeve's eyes suddenly became sharp. He directly lay on the ground with his ear close to the ground, and then looked at somewhere, pointing and saying, It's coming. Very fast footsteps. In front of him, a figure was rushing out quickly. It was Tina. Is this the twins? Mr. Sneeve was surprised when he saw the person clearly, and then he frowned. He just realized that he was now in the same team as the twins because of Boss Luo. She seems to be chased by something. She looks very scared. What is that? Behind the twin maids, Tina, there was a figure crawling at high speed, madly chasing after her. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the figure crawling at high speed on the ground was actually a pair of little girls connected to each other. Their hands and feet were crawling quickly like geckos. Their eyes were sharp and their mouths were open. They even constantly made rapid and sharp laughter while crawling. At this time, Tina's panicked eyes showed a touch of surprise. As if she caught a life-saving straw, the twins ran toward Luaccio at once. Help me! She had directly hidden behind Boss Luo and was about to grab his clothes. At this time, Boss Luo slightly stepped forward, and the maid grabbed nothing. While Tina was stunned, a light shield was released from Luaccio's palm and directly covered the three of them. At this time, the conjoined girls who were crawling directly jumped out and hit the light shield. However, the moment the horrifying conjoined girls touched the light shield, their bodies suddenly dispersed into a gray fog and then disappeared. It seems to be all right. Luaccio waved his hand to remove the light shield and then turned to look at Tina. But Tina had directly fallen to the ground, and her eyes were tightly closed as if she had fainted. This. Mr. Sneeve frowned. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, Mr. Sneeve, can you carry Tina? It's not convenient for me. I'm the old man who can't move? Chapter 1789. On the way, Mr. Sneeve, who was carrying Tina on his back, suddenly said, What was that just now? He was talking about the conjoined, freak girls who were chasing Tina. They suddenly turned into a mist and disappeared. Could it be that this is also an illusion caused by the poisonous gas in the roaring forest? Mr. Snaff frowned. But you're immune to poison. Logically speaking, the miasma shouldn't affect you. What is it? We will know when Ms. Tina wakes up. Luaccio calmly said, Since we can't get the answer. That's true. Mr. Sneeve couldn't help but shake his head. People were like this. When they knew that it was useless to think hard, they still couldn't help but think hard. They couldn't help but care. You shouldn't have found the clue to the elf tribe. Sneeve simply changed the topic about the mysterious place triggered by the elf girl who was shot by the arrow. You met me, so you obviously didn't find anything. Not to mention Tina. As for Gores, since he stayed in the same place, obviously he won't find anything. But you have it, right? I know the way. Mr. Sneeve directly gave the answer. If, after so many years, there is no change. Luaccio curiously asked, Everything here won't change? It's hard to say. Sneeve shook his head. The fixed place should be a cycle, but in some places time will also flow. For example, the Roaring Forest is likely to repeat the same day, but some towns outside the map will continue to develop, and it can record the servants' activities. Record the servants' activities? What do you mean? Boss Luo pondered. Snakel said, If you've been to a certain town and come into contact with the people there, you've left something behind. Then you can take it out in the same place next time. A town where time flowed normally was like a bank, and you were depositing things in the bank's vault. But remember, it's the next time you enter. In other words, you have to win in order to have a chance to enter again. It was Mr. Varley who won all the time. That's right. Sneeve nodded. He's the one who keeps winning. But it's also because of this that he can keep winning. This is because his accumulation will only increase, and the more he accumulates, the easier it will be for him to win. This is an endless cycle. To hear you say that... Boss Luo suddenly laughed and said, This place is like a complete world. Perhaps our arrival here is like that of an outsider. Mr. Sneeve shook his head. Maybe this is just the magic of the chessboard. A complete world? In that case, this chessboard is unimaginable. I believe that Wally can't master such a chessboard. I see Mr. Gores. Boss Luo pointed forward and ended the conversation. Dr. Gores was sitting beside the fire, resting with his eyes closed. As for the injured Miss Elf, she still hadn't woken up. She was covered with a coat that was taken off by Dr. Gores. You're back. Dr. Gores opened his eyes and wasn't surprised by Sneeve's arrival. Instead, he said directly, Tina's condition is a bit abnormal, so is Tiff's. Nelson told me that Tiff also had an abnormal condition outside. Tina, maybe you encountered something when you were exploring. We met a terrifying Siamese freak. It kept chasing after Tina. Snakel gave a brief account of what had happened. Conjoined freak? Dr. Gerls frowned as if he had thought of something. He blurted out, Conjoined twin girls? How do you know? Sneeve asked in surprise. Dr. Gores shook his head. I'm just guessing. Don't worry, if that's the case, Tina will be fine after she wakes up. How can you be sure? Sneeve couldn't help but be surprised. The brain is a very magical thing. Dr. Gores said indifferently. When it encounters something too dangerous, it will automatically produce a defensive response. When she wakes up, she will probably forget about it. Dr. Gores suddenly looked at Boss Luo and smiled. Congratulations, you successfully defeated Mr. Wally's servant. This is the second time I saw him use Resurrection of the Dead. You have accomplished a great feat, Mr. Gores. It seems that you also want to see Mr. Wally lose this game. Boss Luo asked curiously. No, I just don't want to see myself lose this game. Dr. Gores shrugged. Then he looked at Sneeve. I heard that you have clues about the plot triggered by this injured elf. First, we need to enter the elf tribe where she lives. I know the location. Mr. Sneeve glanced at the female elf who fainted on the ground and said indifferently, Also, if I remember correctly, her name should be Mayfair. You have a good memory. Dr. Gores smiled and said, Then let's go. The light circle hasn't disappeared yet, and we don't know when it will disappear. We have to take a few more steps before it disappears. This way, we can save some action points. Mr. Sneeve nodded and immediately looked at Boss Luo. After opening his mouth, he accepted his fate and carried Tina on his back. Dr. Gores was stunned. He looked at the unconscious female elf Mayfair and pointed at himself. Mr. Snaff nodded his head in affirmation. Dr. Gores widened his eyes and pointed at himself again with an expression of disbelief. Mr. Sneeve still nodded affirmatively. "Okay, I'll do it." Dr. Gores shook his head and carried Elf Murphy on his back. As for why, he didn't point at the empty-handed boss Luo. The doctor saw Mr. Sneeve carry Tina all the way back, and now he took the initiative to carry her, so he didn't bother to ask. Forward. In the dark ruins of the town, there were rogues in tattered, white robes everywhere. There was no trace of life in the town, just like a huge graveyard. Suddenly, a section of the street in the ruins suddenly cracked open. Then, an arm that didn't have a trace of blood suddenly stretched out from the cracked floor. It fiercely grabbed onto the stone tiles on the ground. Then it did the same with its other arm. It crawled out bit by bit. Soon, a slightly withered figure was bathed in the moonlight. He, Tang Tianlin, looked at his hands blankly. Suddenly, a wandering figure in a tattered robe suddenly pounced towards him. Tang Tianlin subconsciously reached out with his hand and actually directly grabbed the neck of this tattered, robed figure. He found that he grabbed something like a spiritual body. His hand tightened subconsciously, and the spiritual body instantly disappeared in his hand. Then, a few silver coins fell on the ground. Its power has increased so much. Tang Tianlin was surprised. He couldn't remember what happened to him. The only thing he remembered was that Miss Gong Lina, as his master, had given him the order to die. It was very difficult for him to go against his master's orders. Even if he did, Gong Lina would probably think of a way to make him continuously collide with those demons that he couldn't deal with. In the end, he would still die, so he could only bet that Gong Lina had a special purpose for sending him to die. You finally woke up. After so many rounds, it seems that the effect is not bad. While he was thinking, Gong Lina's voice came as expected. Tang Tianlin frowned, looking at the information given by the chessboard, and said in a deep voice, "This is the reason why you sent me to die. The profession change of the Death Walker? This is one of the best professions in the entire Braveheart game series. Although you have just completed the profession change LV1, you have seen its power. Before, you couldn't even deal with a ghost here." Gong Lina chuckled. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "If that's the case," Tang Tianlin suddenly sighed and muttered to himself, "I've actually died once." "You won't die next time." Gong Lina chuckled, "because you will keep winning. You can start now. There's a place in front that is very suitable for you to level up. You often play this game, right?" Tang Tianlin was a little uneasy about his current situation. "I can get one of the best professions in the game so easily." "Is it strange?" Gong Lina suddenly said, "As long as you send more people to play this game with Wally, you will know more each time. After a long time, you will know more." Send more people? Subconsciously, Tang Tianlin remembered that when he explored the castle and passed through the Rose Wall, he saw the corpses buried in the soil of the Rose Wall. Those people, could it be? Well, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Gong Lina said indifferently, "I have always been generous to people who can help me. After you win this game and leave, you will be grateful to me. Go, my Death Walker." Tang Tianlin's throat gulped subconsciously, but at this moment, his left arm faintly felt a burning sensation. This burning sensation didn't seem to be caused by the chessboard, but came from his own body. His mutated left arm that was implanted with perfect human cells. Mr. Sneeve had been leading the way in the front. On the way, Boss Luo chopped down a few little monsters that could make whining sounds and dropped some small items. Then, the team came in front of a cave. A stream was flowing out from the depths of the cave. The sound of flowing water was particularly clear in front of the cave entrance. "The elf tribe is in this cave." Dr. Gores couldn't help but frown. "How come I never knew that there is such a tribe in the Roaring Forest?" "How many times have you participated in the game?" Mr. Sneeve suddenly asked. "About 20 times," Dr. Gores thought for a while and said, I have been to the Roaring Forest at least 5 times, but to be honest, this is the first time I met Murphy the elf. If I didn't guess wrong, only Wally knows the way to meet Murphy. Sneeve said seriously, because he basically comes every time. In fact, in the previous games, Wally will only team up with you after leaving the Roaring Forest. Gores, I don't believe that you have never doubted it. The doctor just waved his hand casually and said, but in fact, you have met it once before. And now we also met it once. That can only mean that we just met it by accident. Sneeve said indifferently, it's just a so-called lucky bastard. Nothing to be proud of. This was not as simple as a lucky bastard. Dr. Girls glanced at the temporary team leader who was not far away from him. The items dropped from those monsters that were killed with a single slash were not something that could be dropped by pure luck, right? Like the power gem that could increase the strength attribute by 30%. Was it really just a small item? This was the chessboard game, and it was Mr. Wally's chessboard game. But until now, Dr. Gores had a feeling that he was following the process of clearing the game. Gores shook his head secretly, then looked around and said doubtfully, but it doesn't look like someone lives here. Sneeve, maybe you remembered the wrong place? After all, for you, it has been so long since the last game. Whether I remembered it wrongly or not, you will know when you walk in. Dr. Gores was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped. He looked serious and said, it seems that someone came out from inside. You are right, at least there are people here. They should be people who came out to find Murphy. We will wait here for them to come out and meet them. Mr. Sneeve said indifferently, they will take us in. Let's hide. Unexpectedly, Boss Luo suddenly said. Hide? Mr. Snaff couldn't help but open his mouth. Hide for what? The elf tribe is deep in the cave, and we have to pass through a barrier. Without the elf's guidance, we can't pass through the barrier. Let's hide first. Boss Luo said quickly. Then he looked around and walked quickly to the back of a big stone. Dr. Gores followed him subconsciously, mainly because he found that, since they formed a team, he could always pick up many useful things behind this temporary team leader. Really, Mr. Sneeve looked at the entrance of the cave and felt the faint sound getting closer. He looked at his teammates who were hiding behind the big rock. Finally, he carried Tina on his back and hid behind the big rock as well. Not long after, a few figures quickly walked out of the cave. Surprisingly, they were the same as Mayfair and had the characteristics of elves. They whispered something and left the cave after a while. Why did you avoid the elves who led the way? Mr. Sneeve frowned and asked. I'm just a little curious. Luocchio thought for a while and said, who shot this elf lady? She didn't get shot by Cade's arrow. Who shot her? Of course, it's the enemy. Mr. Sneeve blurted out, but he stopped instantly. Wait, who is the enemy of the elves in the Roaring Forest? There should only be monsters here. If that's the case... Dr. Girth frowned and said, I've been to this Roaring Forest several times, but I've never met a monster that uses bows and arrows. Let alone bows and arrows, there aren't even any low-intelligence ogres that use wooden sticks. Was this arrow shot by an elf? Someone in the elf tribe wants to kill Murphy. Mr. Sneeve couldn't help but say hurriedly. Then, cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. How could this be? If this is the case, then we'll know soon whether it's true or not. Boss Luo looked at Dr. Gores. To be exact, he was looking at the elf lady who was on his back. The elf lady's eyelids moved slightly, and she seemed to be waking up. Chapter 1790. Elf Mayfair soon woke up. She was quite nervous when she saw several strangers in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was heavily injured, something unpleasant might have happened. We saved you in the woods. Dr. Gore said directly, we are foreign adventurers. Obviously, Mayfair did not trust them immediately. She was even more alert as she looked at everyone and sized up her current situation. When she realized that she was at the entrance of the cave, a trace of panic flashed across her face. She struggled to stand up and seemed to want to escape. Luacho saw this and said directly, "Not long ago, we saw a few male elves coming out from inside. If you go out now, you may meet them." His words made Mayfair's movements slow down. Dr. Gores and Mr. Sneeve looked at each other and thought of what they had discussed before. It seemed that Mayfair was really injured by her own kind, and it was not an accident. This development was completely different from the incident that Sneeve committed decades ago. In fact, decades ago, when he joined the game and found Mayfair in the Roaring Forest, and finally successfully brought her back to the tribe, Mayfair didn't wake up. It was only because he brought back the injured Mayfair. To be precise, it was Mayfair who was brought back by Gerald, the leader of the demon hunting squad, who was his follower. That was why he was treated with respect by the elf tribe. The one who really came into contact with the elf tribe in the Roaring Forest was Gerald, the captain of the demon hunting team who had died in the chessboard game. Snake only knew about this place from Gerald through the connection between his master and servant. "You want to send me in?" Mayfair was silent for a while and frowned. Boss Luo nodded and said, "You are injured. We plan to send you back to where you live." "There is no problem. I can't go back." Mayfair shook her head. "I just escaped from there." "Escaped?" Dr. Gores frowned. "Why? Isn't that where you live?" Mayfair didn't answer Dr. Gores' question. Instead, she quickly said, "Come with me. If you stay here for a long time, they will find you. Every elf living here is good at tracking." Gores and Sneeve looked at Luacho together. He was the leader of this servant team. "If this is a plot, we can only follow the plot." Luacho quickly gave an answer. Although Mayfair woke up, it was still not convenient for her to move. She could only pick up a branch as a crutch and then let Dr. Gores help her move. Very quickly, under Mayfair's lead, everyone arrived at an abnormally dark area where the trees were especially dense. It was very difficult for the sunlight to penetrate through the layers of leaves in this place. Only some mushrooms that grew in the withered trees could slightly illuminate this place. According to the direction, this place seems to be the direction that Tina explored before. Dr. Gores suddenly stopped. He found a piece of broken cloth in a dead tree branch. The cloth seemed to be from Tina's clothes. It should be that during the process of running, it was accidentally caught here. "Where do you want to take us?" Mr. Sneeve couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Elf Mayfair quickly said at this time, "In front of us is the forbidden area. Everyone in the tribe is forbidden to enter this place. Only in the forbidden area they won't catch up with us, and we will be relatively safe." "It's because of you that we can be relatively safe." Mr. Sneeve shook his head and said, "They attacked you and wanted to catch you, but you didn't tell us why they did this to you." "I don't want to answer this question." Mayfair glanced at Sneeve and said indifferently, "Your eyes are full of hatred. The light of your soul is about to be extinguished. The whole forest hates you." Sneeve couldn't help but be startled, and immediately frowned deeply. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell him." Dr. Gores showed a charming smile at this time. He had such a young and handsome face, mixed with the unique pale skin of a vampire and light purple lips. It even had a kind of abnormal beauty. "You can tell me, and I'll keep it a secret for you. I smell blood on you that almost makes me want to vomit." Mayfair still shook his head. "Compared to him, the forest hates you more." Dr. Gores didn't look defeated at all. He just smiled and said, "Okay, and our team leader? How do you plan to evaluate him?" Speaking of the smell of blood, Boss Luo, as the leader of the servant team, killed one monster with a sword along the way. Speaking of the smell of blood, he was probably the one with the strongest smell of blood in the team. "I can tell him." Mayfair was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Me." Boss Luo looked at the elf lady curiously. "Him." Dr. Gores opened his mouth and said, "Although this is a good news, I want to know why." Mayfair said indifferently, "Because he is very beautiful, much more beautiful than you." "So it's because of his appearance?" Dr. Gores looked at Luaccio from head to toe. As a doctor, and a doctor with good achievements in the field of modification surgery, he thought that every operation he had done on his face in the past was quite perfect. His face could withstand the test. How could it be compared to him? My beautiful face? I've been seriously injured. Dr. Gores said seriously, I seriously suspect that your aesthetic and the correct aesthetic are misaligned. Mephistopheles said indifferently, the beauty I'm talking about is not purely in terms of appearance. If your eyes are clear enough, then you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. What is it? Mayfair said. You didn't see it, but wherever he went, every blade of grass and every tree radiated a joyous aura. It was as if the forest had been taken care of. The whole forest emitted a happy heartbeat. Dr. Gores shrugged and said, I only saw these glowing mushrooms and the smell of rotten leaves and feces. Here we are. Mayfair pointed at an ancient tree in front and ended the discussion. At this time, what appeared in front of them was a small wooden house on the branches of an ancient tree. A tree house. Mayfair climbed up skillfully at this time and looked back, saying indifferently, Come up, I don't have much time. Boss, Luo nodded, and was the first to take the initiative to follow him. Mr. Sneeve hesitated for a while and was the second to follow. But at this time, Dr. Gores suddenly put his hand on his shoulder, whispering, Tina should have entered this tree house. As he said, Dr. Gores pointed at the corner of the wooden steps on the trunk. There was also a small piece of cloth hanging here. Be careful. Mr. Sneeve immediately calmed down. The current situation is completely different from what I know, and I don't know what will happen next. The interior space of the treehouse was not only narrow, but also limited in height. Even if he bent down, his head would almost touch the ceiling. There were a few simple wooden boxes in the surroundings and a short round table. After coming in, Mayfair directly sat on the ground. She then took out a worn-out notebook and a quill pen from one of the wooden boxes. With one tap, she poured out a bottle of ink. Mayfair didn't pay attention to others, directly opening the worn-out notebook and then dipping it in ink to write something. She wrote very quickly. But what was strange was that the content written by the quill that had been dipped in ink did not appear on the pages of the notebook. To be precise, the ink was instantly absorbed by the quill and then disappeared as soon as each stroke appeared. After a short while, the doctor simply gave up prying and turned to check on Tina's condition. After a while, Mayfair sighed, closing the notebook and then carefully putting it back into the wooden box. Then she looked at Luaccio. I'm sorry for ignoring you, but I have to do this, because I can only rely on this notebook, and I can only remember what happened today tomorrow. Finally, the doctor heard the elf lady speak, but now he directly rolled his eyes. Anyway, he and Sneeve were the guys who were despised by this elf. You can only remember what happened today tomorrow. Boss Luo now considered the sentence, thinking for a while. Miss Mayfair, you mean after today you will forget what happened today? That's right. Mayfair nodded. Precisely speaking, at the end of each day, I will forget what happened that day. I don't know when it started, but I have been living in the same day. As long as today is over, everything will return to the way it was when I woke up today. This seemed to be a rather strange topic, but Sneeve and Dr. Gores were not surprised, because they were all people who understood the content of the game. They knew that the flow of time in different places in the game would not be constant. Even in some places where there would be special plots, there would be situations that would repeat constantly. The purpose was to allow different servants to trigger quests every time they arrived. Then they quickly became surprised. The reason for the surprise was that, according to Mayfair's words, she, who was supposed to be the key trigger character of the repeated plot, seemed to have discovered this point. Wait. Dr. Gores suddenly frowned. You said that you can only let tomorrow know what happened today through the diary, and you also said that every day is repeated, and everything will return to the original state. Then, why can the diary you wrote record what happened the day before and not disappear? This place is special, Mayfair said slowly. This forbidden place is also special. It is an exception that can help me record this. As for the reason, I am not very clear, but I have been looking for the truth. Since this place can help you record what happened that day, it means that there is some kind of power here to resist repetition. Dr. Gores pondered. Then why don't you stay here and spend today? It's useless. Mayfair shook her head and said, I have tried. When today is about to end, I will lose consciousness and wake up in my original home. As usual, I will prepare to escape from the tribe, and then I will come here by accident and finally find the diary in the wooden box, and then I will know what happened yesterday. You will remember what happened yesterday. Luaccio thought for a while and asked, No, I still can't remember. Mayfair shook her head again and said, But the handwriting in the diary is mine. In addition, the yesterday me will also write something that the today me has to believe, something that only I know. In the end, no matter how unbelievable it is, I can only choose to believe it. What did you write just now? Luaccio thought for a while and asked. Meeting you guys. Mayfair said directly, This diary records everything that I write down every day. I don't want to miss out on anything different. It might be able to help me get out of this predicament. In fact, according to the contents of this diary, I should meet the person who saved me every once in a while, and then return to this tree house. But this time it's a little different. What's the difference? Mr. Sneeve seemed to think of something, and his expression became a little anxious. Mayfair looked at Sneeve with some displeasure, then looked at Boss Luo and said, Every once in a while, only one person will save me, but this time it is more than one person. This is the difference. It's Wally. It must be him. Mr. Sneeve suddenly stood up at this time, and his head directly hit the ceiling, but he didn't care about the pain. He said excitedly, Every time the person who saved you should be Wally's servant. Only he knows how to take this step. I didn't send you back. I didn't send you back at all. I was wrong from the beginning. Who is Wally? Mayfair's eyes were full of doubts at this time. He is a devil. Mr. Sneeve sat down again and said in a deep voice, The devil who plays with people's hearts and makes people fall into despair as the source of happiness. You also look like a devil. Mayfair looked at Mr. Sneeve and said at this time. Mr. Sneeve didn't care at this time. He reached out and grabbed the elf lady's slender arm and said in a deep voice, Tell me, every time you brought Wally's servant here, what else did you do? This action obviously disturbed the elf lady's inner thoughts. Her lips moved slightly, and she quickly said something. Then a green light flashed on Mayfair's body, and then Mr. Sneeve's body was directly overturned by something. It seemed that he flew out of the door and fell directly under the tree. The light on Mayfair's body then disappeared, and she looked a lot tired. Then she directly fell into the arms of Boss Luo, who was sitting next to her. Boss Luo quickly stretched out his hand and pulled the round, low table directly. So the elf lady could only lie directly on the table. Dr. Gores opened his mouth at this time. This guy, he deserved to not have a lover. Chapter 1791. When Mr. Sneeve appeared at the door of the treehouse while rubbing his waist, he saw Elf Mayfair, who was rubbing her forehead. It seemed that something had happened in the treehouse while he was falling from the tree. But after that incident, he was a little more fearful of Mayfair. After calming down, Mr. Sneeve sat down silently. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet, but Dr. Gulls quickly opened his mouth and said, Miss Mayfair, you said that before this, every once in a while, the diary would record that someone saved you when you were injured by an arrow. In other words, every time someone saved you, you would return to the treehouse again. In other words, you would only come here twice in a day, right? That's right. Mayfair nodded. Dr. Gurls asked again, Then did you write down in the diary what you would do next every time you did this? Mayfair shook her head. There is no record in the diary, so I don't know what would happen. But I think there must be some reason that prevented me from coming to the treehouse for the third time. I have thought of many possibilities. Maybe it was because the time had come, or because I died, but there is no way to prove it. You said this place is forbidden, Dr. Gores muttered. What on earth exists here that makes your tribe so afraid of this place? According to the legend in the tribe, there is a terrible monster sleeping here. Mayfair said in a low voice, this monster can't be awakened, or it will bring a destructive disaster to the forest, or even the whole world. Do you know how big the world is? Boss Luo suddenly asked at this time. Mayfair shook her head. I have lived in the tribe since I was young and have never left the forest. I don't know how big the outside world is. I want to see how big it is. You said you want to leave the tribe. Boss Luo said, is this the reason? Only a small percentage of them. Mayfair shook his head and said, but the real reason is that I don't want to become a sacrifice for the tribe. Tomorrow, I'm talking about today, tomorrow I will become a sacrifice and be sent to our God. God. Boss Luo blinked. Your gods. What are you not willing to sacrifice yourself for? If it was really a god, I would be willing, Mayfair said excitedly. But that's not the case at all. Everyone was biased. It's not our god. It's just a monster with the ability to transform. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes that day when it revealed its original appearance and forcibly ate the previous child as a sacrifice alive. I told the elders, told everyone, but no one believed me. They even imprisoned me. You should have the ability to leave the roaring forest. Dr. Gores thought about it and said, not counting the today, when no one appeared to save you, every once in a while, someone will come to save you, right? Then, from the time you were injured and woke up, until the end of the day, you had enough time to leave the forest. Even if you subtracted the time you returned to the treehouse to write in your diary for the second time, there was still enough time. I don't know. Mayfair shook his head and said, maybe you're right, there was enough time, but I still woke up as usual today, which proves that this is a failure. I didn't succeed in leaving the forest in the end. Maybe there's even a worse result. Even if you leave the forest, when the time is up, everything will return to normal, Boss Luo said calmly. This is a worse result. I don't know what I should do next. Mayfair hugged his knees and leaned against the corner of the wall. This is a nightmare that I can't escape from. But maybe it's better this way. At least I don't have to wait for today to pass. Tomorrow, I will become the monster's food. At that moment, several people in the servant team were slightly moved because the prompt from chessboard appeared. This seems to be a strange time node. We always subconsciously forget some important things. Please find out the reason why the elf Mayfair repeated every day. Excellent people are always good at meeting unknown challenges. At the end of the prompt, there was a choice whether to accept the mission or not. Obviously, as the leader, the servant girl directly chose the option to solve the problem. This was not beyond the expectation of Dr. Gores and Sneeve. If they were to make a choice, they would not hesitate too much. Therefore, at this time, they were convinced that the mission obtained from Mayfair was a special mission that could only be triggered by Wally and was completed almost every time. The special item that could effectively help the servant defeat the final guardian must be obtained through this mission. Maybe there is a way to quickly solve your current predicament. Dr. Gore smiled and said, the way to let you pass today and not die in the monster's mouth. What way? Mayfair raised his head in an instant. Dr. Gore smiled and said, since all this started when you wanted to escape from the fate of being a sacrifice, then the way to end it is very likely to end your fate as a sacrifice. How to end this fate in the fastest way? As long as the god of your tribe disappears, then the meaning of you being a sacrifice no longer exists. You mean? Mayfair was shocked. You're going to give that monster. Dr. Gores nodded and directly pointed at the team captain, Boss Luo. Yes, the simplest way is to directly eliminate the monster that ruled your tribe. Don't look at us like this. This guy is very powerful. Him. Mayfair looked at Luaccio with suspicion. He was so beautiful that he could make the forest exude a cheerful atmosphere. He was more like an elf than an elf. There was not a trace of violence in him. Yes, that's him. Dr. Gores said, "Don't look at his gentle appearance. When he is fierce, he is the most violent guy in our village. One sword, one monster, one monster. Are you afraid?" "Really, really?" Mayfair looked at Luaccio with excitement. "Can you really help me deal with the monster in my tribe?" "I can go to your tribe and have a look." Luaccio nodded. "Before your time resets." "That's great." The excited Miss Elf crawled over and was about to grab Boss Luo's hands to express her gratitude at this moment. Dr. Gores thought that he couldn't avoid it this time, but he realized that he was too naive, or the world was too complicated. What did he see? The wooden floor of the treehouse suddenly broke at the position of the elf lady. Her body sank and she directly fell under the tree, causing Mr. Sneeve to feel extremely comfortable. At this moment, the twin maid, Tina, slowly woke up. "Where is this place?" Tina looked at everyone blankly. She rubbed her forehead and asked softly, "Why are you all here?" She forgot what happened after they separated. Her memory seemed to stop at the time before she came into contact with the treehouse. This was Dr. Gore's speculation. Before this, he had already speculated that Tina had entered the treehouse and confirmed it. "You really don't remember what happened before?" Mr. Sneeve frowned. "Do you remember anything at all? When we met you, you were being chased by a monster." Dr. Gores directly interrupted Mr. Sneeve. "Tina, try to recall why you were chased by a monster." "I really can't remember." The servant girl shook her head. "I have a terrible headache." "Since you can't remember, then don't think about it for the time being." Dr. Gores said quickly, "My mother is about to enter the elf tribe. There may be a battle. You should rest well. It's not a big deal." "Okay, Dr. Gores." The servant girl nodded obediently. Dr. Gores said, "Since you've woken up, you should help this elf lady. It's more appropriate this way." The servant girl nodded obediently and then walked to Mayfair's side to help her. Sneeve saw this and frowned. "Gores, why did you stop me from talking about the conjoined strange twins?" Dr. Gores said indifferently, "This is a bad memory for both Tina and Tiff. They were abandoned because they were conjoined. You don't want to know what they looked like when they left that family." Mr. Sneeve couldn't help but sneer. "Why? As a vampire, do you have the so-called compassion? Doctor, under the flower wall in the castle courtyard, there are many masterpieces of yours." Dr. Gores was unmoved. "Why? Do you want to seek justice for those souls buried under the flower wall?" "If possible." Sneeve sneered and ignored Dr. Gores. He looked behind him and found that the Captain Boss Luo didn't follow him. He stopped under the tree and looked up at the wooden house on the tree. "What happened?" Sneeve walked to Boss Luo and asked in confusion. "The floor has been restored." Boss Luo said calmly, "What?" Mr. Sneeve looked up in shock and found that the hole that Mayfair fell from had disappeared. At this moment, there was a faint sound from the depths of the forbidden land. It sounded like the howling of the wind, roaring, the sound of something roaring. Angry, angry roaring. "It's the devil. It's the devil in the forbidden land." Mayfair's face was pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She urged, "Let's go. Hurry up." Boss Luo looked down at the slate fragment in his hand. The slate was about to move, as if it wanted to get out of his hand. The direction was obviously the depths of the forbidden land. "Do you want to go in?" Sneeve suddenly frowned. He vaguely sensed Luaccio's thoughts. But Luaccio shook his head. "No hurry. Since I promised Miss Mayfair, let's go to the tribe first. We can come here again. By the way, Mr. Sneeve, can you still see illusions?" "I'm fine." Sneeve was stunned and immediately said, "Didn't you give me the antidote?" "Why do you ask?" "That's good." Boss Luo just smiled. "Let's not talk about it. Let's follow them." "Okay." Castle banquet hall. The round was still going on, but the circle of light in the roaring forest on the chessboard still didn't disappear at this time. The servant cards of Miss Maid's team were still moving in the circle of light. At this time, Mr. Varley, who was controlling his servants to fight in the wild, suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, do you know the origin of the name Roaring Forest?" "Mr. Varley is joking." Miss Maid smiled slightly. "How would we know the origin of this deception game for the first time?" "It is said that there is an extremely terrifying devil sealed in the Roaring Forest." The owner of the castle smiled. "And this devil is not a native of the chessboard. It was sealed from the outside in the chessboard and couldn't get out. Just like Mr. Cor, who was sucked into the chessboard before?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "I don't know about this." Mr. Varley said quite casually, "After all, this devil existed before I got this chessboard. Speaking of which, this chessboard is really magical." Miss Maid chuckled and said, "I don't know how Mr. Varley got this chessboard. Many people want to know the secret." Mr. Varley looked at Miss Maid and suddenly smiled. "If you win, I will tell you." "Then I am looking forward to it." At this time, Black Dragon and Black Hound, who had given up the right to bet, lazily lying on the floor, suddenly raised their heads and looked around. But Miss Maid glanced at them at this time, and Black Hound and Black Dragon suddenly quieted down and lay down again. But their ears were close. It seemed like they were afraid of something. In the dim corridor of the ancient castle, a rat that was stealing food flashed by. Perhaps because it had eaten too much of the abnormal food in this ancient castle. This rat was obviously stronger than ordinary rats. Its eyes even glowed with a hint of red light. But suddenly the huge rat was rolled up by something. It seemed to be the roots of some plants. At this time, the depths of the dusky long corridor were already covered with the roots of these plants, densely packed. They seemed to be in the process of growing without end. Chapter 1792. A bumpy wall appeared in front of them. It was actually one of the ends of the cave. "There is no road here." Dr. Gores reached out to touch the stone wall and found that the wall was solid. Mayfair also reached out to touch the stone wall at this time. Her finger began to draw something on the stone wall. It seemed to be a symbol. Dr. Gores looked at it a few more times and secretly remembered the movement of Mayfair's finger. "This wall is the door to the elf tribe." Mr. Sneeve said coldly, "Only the elves have the way to open it. Even if you remember this symbol, you don't have the corresponding power to open it." Dr. Gores shrugged and didn't seem to care much. Mayfair looked at Sneeve at this time and asked doubtfully, "You seem to be very familiar with our tribe?" "I have been here before," Sneeve said indifferently, "many, many years ago." "You are a human?" Mayfair suddenly asked. "Of course." Mr. Sneeve nodded. Mayfair was surprised. "You're really a human. You look like you're in your 60s or 70s. Come to think of it, I was already in the tribe before you were born. If you've been to the tribe before, I should have an impression of you." Mr. Sneeve said perfunctorily, "Maybe you were not there at that time, so you don't know. Today, you also temporarily left the tribe and just came back." Mayfair wanted to say something, but the stone wall had changed. The entrance to the elf tribe was about to open. Mayfair had no choice but to remind everyone, "After we enter, you must follow me closely. Also, try not to make a sound. There is a small forest on the road to the village. The sleeping trees, their hate ear-piercing, sounds the most. If they are woken up, they will become quite irritable." Having said that, Mr. Sneeve had already stepped into the entrance, one step ahead. Mayfair was shocked and had to rush in. The others followed one by one. Before entering, Dr. Gores suddenly looked back at Boss Luo and said, "You seem to be looking forward to it. You are about to smile." "Maybe," Boss Luo said casually, "because this kind of team adventure is always full of fun." "Is it really full of fun or just—" Dr. Gores squinted and said, "It is only full of fun for you." "Is there a difference?" Boss Luo asked back. Dr. Gores chuckled. "There is no difference. I hope this kind of fun can last forever." After that, the doctor walked into the entrance and disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving Boss Luo outside. He said, "Let's go in too." After Boss Luo passed through the entrance, he found that it was actually a sunny place with hills, grasslands, and forests. He could even see some smoke rising not far away. Fortunately, the people who went out to catch me haven't returned yet. Mayfair looked around and said quickly, "Let's go. Let's leave the quiet forest first." "The elves here don't seem to live very densely?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Mayfair explained, "Most of them live in the village. Some live outside the village because of their personality or interests. My house is at the bottom of that hill. Does Miss Mayfair have a family?" Mayfair shook her head and said, "My family has passed away. They died of old age. My parents gave birth to me when they were 400 years old. This is considered old age for elves who have an average lifespan of 500 years. So, you're at least 100 years old?" Dr. Gores thought for a while and said, "I'm 173 years old now." Mayfair said indifferently, "Of course, it's only 4 today, me." Dr. Gores smiled and said, "Actually, being trapped in the same day all the time should be able to do a lot of things. There's a movie where the protagonist is trapped in a snowy town. Because the same things happen every day, he easily reached the peak of his life." "What's a movie?" Mayfair asked subconsciously. "Then did this person survive the day? How did he survive?" Dr. Gore said with a strange smile he survived. After he found his true love and successfully made love with her, the curse was lifted. He finally welcomed the arrival of a new day hand in hand with his beloved. "Miss Mayfair, maybe you can try this method. Love is the most powerful force in the world." "That's great." The elf lady unexpectedly showed a yearning look. "But clapping for love can break the repetitive curse. This is really incredible." Dr. Gore said patiently, "But you haven't tried it. How do you know this method won't work? Besides, even if this method doesn't work, being able to find the happiness of your true love is already a kind of luck, isn't it?" "Yes." Mephistopheles nodded seriously and said, "I didn't expect a guy like you who reeks of blood to be able to say such words." "You're starting to change your view of me, right?" Dr. Gore said with a smile, "I admit that my hands are indeed stained with countless blood. But let me ask you, which doctor hasn't touched blood with his hands?" "Doctor, are you a doctor?" Mayfair said in surprise, "You're a doctor." Speaking of which, Miss Mayfair's injury was also treated by me. Dr. Gore said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Sneeve rolled his eyes. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of Mayfair. Or rather, he didn't have a good impression of this tribe. If it wasn't for this tribe, he wouldn't have missed the time. He was even happy to see Gores teasing Mayfair. "Did he really save me?" Mayfair looked directly at Boss Luo. "Tell me, I believe you." "It was Mr. Gores who treated your wound." Boss Luo nodded. "As for his profession, he is indeed a doctor. That's all I know for now." Mayfair nodded. When she looked at Gores, her gaze softened a little, saying seriously, "Well, if necessary, I'll consider your method. But I won't remember what happened today after I wake up. With only a little time left, I don't know where to find my true love. Besides, how can feelings be so casual? I want my future husband to be a brave, righteous, and kind person. Now, I'd better think about how to deal with the monster in the village. It lives in the village." Boss Luo asked directly. Mephistopheles pointed at another hill. "Over there, there's a shrine for the gods on the mountain. It lives there." The hill where the temple was located was not far from Mayfair's home. It was even a connected hill. "We should kill it now," Dr. Gore said confidently. "You have to believe that we have a terrifying power here." Mayfair shook her head. "It's better not to go during the day. It sleeps during the day and only wakes up at night. So, during the day, the temple is guarded by the bravest elves of our tribe. I only want to expose its impersonation of a god, not to kill my people. You're helping me, and I don't want to see blood." Sneeve sneered. Why don't you sneak in and kill it when it's sleeping? When it wakes up at night, won't it be more difficult to find a chance to kill it? Your naivety will only put you in more danger. This. Mayfair couldn't help but hesitate. Boss Luo said, Miss Mayfair, is there any way to avoid your people's patrol and go directly into the temple? Yes, but it's not an easy way, Mayfair shook her head. I don't recommend it. It's the trial road, Mr. Sneeve said expressionlessly. If it's this road, I know how to go through it. You know? Mayfair was shocked. Mr. Sneeve snorted. Not only do I know, I've even passed through this trial path before. I know how to go through it, so it's decided. We'll go through the trial path and enter the temple. I think before the fake god wakes up, we'll be able to walk in front of it and kill it quietly. The trial road is the most important place in our tribe besides the temple. How can you pass it? You're just a human? Mayfair said in disbelief, That's impossible. People who pass the trial road shouldn't look like you. This is the truth, no matter what I look like. Sneeve said coldly, If we don't go through the trial road, then whether it's day or night, we will always meet your people, and fighting is inevitable. You decide for yourself. Oh, Sneeve, this is the Sneeve I know, Dr. Jurls said with a smile at this time. This kind of annoying tone all the time, it's definitely you. Then, make a decision, Captain. The last words were said while looking at Boss Luo. Boss Luo thought at this time and said, Then let's go through the trial road. I still think it's too dangerous. Mayfair shook her head and immediately gritted her teeth. But if you insist, I'll go with you. Dr. Gores. Sneeve and I, are we really in the same team as this temporary servant captain? Then let's go. Dr. Jurls shook his head. He touched his cheek as if he was thinking about something as he felt some kind of trauma. He felt that he needed to seek some comfort. So he walked to the silent twin maid, Tina. What are you thinking about, Tina? The maid said, subconsciously, Doctor, look at these sleeping trees. Don't they look like the willows in the courtyard of the castle, deep inside the flower wall? Not like. Dr. Gores frowned at this time. They are. Are the whacking willows in the courtyard transplanted from here? Tina was a little surprised. Dr. Gores thought for a while and said, It's not surprising. After all, the things here can be taken out. Mr. Varley basically enters the roaring forest every time, so it's not surprising that he took away the seeds of the sleeping trees. The maid nodded, then lowered her head and said, Doctor, I still can't contact my sister. I've never experienced this situation. I can't feel my sister's existence at all. I'm a little scared. Your sister is fine. Gores said, Nelson told me that she just fell asleep. It's normal that you can't contact her. No, Tina said with a hint of eagerness. Usually I can feel my sister's existence even when I'm asleep. Even when we're asleep, we're connected. But now the line between us seems to be cut off. Let it be cut off. Dr. Gores said indifferently, As early as the moment I separated you, you were already independent of each other. If you think this connection is better, then I'll think that you actually don't want to be separated. I didn't mean that. Don't think too much. Dr. Gores said softly, Your sister is fine. Perhaps this kind of comfort was useful. Tina nodded obediently. I know, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Gores suddenly said seriously, Let me ask you a question, Tina. Go ahead, Doctor. Dr. Gores asked quietly, Who do you think is better looking between me, Sneeve and our current captain? Bursts of fierce roars sounded, surging from all directions. Nan Xiaonan even felt like she was in the middle of a raging wave. The pressure brought by the roar seemed to be invading her soul, causing her to break out in a cold sweat uncontrollably. He had wandered through the gaps between dimensions, explored countless secret places, and experienced the dangers of countless subworlds. In his impression, there were very few things that could make him so fearful just because of the environmental factor. The slate fragment in her hand even had some slight vibrations at this time, This kind of vibration became more and more intense after she came to this particularly dark place. After fooling Lisa for so many rounds, it's finally time to uncover your face. She looked at the slate in her hand and muttered to herself. At this time, her servant card was already in the forbidden area of the roaring forest. Nan Xiaonan's action points were enough to support her to finally walk into the depths of the forbidden area. As she went deeper and deeper, the roars that made her soul throb disappeared. But Nan Xiaonan obviously didn't feel relaxed. On the contrary, the pressure was even stronger. Every step she took felt like her legs were filled with lead. You are not a person of this world. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in Nan Xiaonan's ears. Chapter 1793. Its full name was The Path of Trials for the Brave. Only the brave, and those who were loved by nature, could pass it. The purpose of the Road of Trials was to select the most suitable candidate to become the new village chief of the tribe. That is to say, only when the new village chief needs to be selected will the Road of Trials be held. On the way to the Road of Trials, leading to the temple, Mayfair still had doubts about what Sneeve said about him passing through the Road of Trials, because the village chief was still very healthy now. Even when her parents were young, this village had already existed. That's you. Snakel said indifferently, this trial road has never had any restrictions. There isn't even a single guard at the entrance. When and who entered? Don't tell me all of you are clear about it. Mayfair didn't refute this statement. What Sneeve said was true. There had never been a guard at the entrance of the Road of Trials. It was just that the elves in the tribe were quite compliant with the rules. They had never heard of anyone breaking the rules. Then why do you want to take this Road of Trials? Mayfair asked vigilantly. She had already regarded Sneeve as a guy who had sneaked into the elf tribe many years ago. Therefore, the fact that he had entered the tribe was not discovered by the people in the tribe. She herself didn't know about this matter. Of course not, because I'm bored. Mr. Sneeve didn't want to say more. After that, no matter how Mayfair asked, he still remained silent. The team unexpectedly didn't collapse under such a high-pressure atmosphere. They even finally arrived at the entrance of the Road of Trials peacefully. Dr. Gores felt that this seemed to be a special existence, like a magnetic field. Although the atmosphere was so anxious, the existence of this magnetic field could always make the volcano that should erupt at any time in a delicate balance. You wanted to scold someone and find someone to fight, but you couldn't find the reason or the person to scold or fight. You had to hold it in quite a lot. This was probably the feeling. Although it was called a trial, it didn't look like a dangerous place from the outside. It was just an ordinary mountain road. However, on the other side of the hill, usually, when the elves of the elf tribe went to the temple to worship, they would take the mountain road facing the village. There are 3 guards in total. Sneeve looked at everyone and said, "It's a test of bravery, intelligence, and spirit, respectively. The first guard is relatively easy to deal with. There shouldn't be any problems in terms of strength." Of course, there was no problem. The gardener, the doctor, and the maid all looked at Luo Qiu. They had seen Boss Luo's power along the way. Even though he had never seen his combat skills, he had always settled the battle with a single sword strike. It was probably because those demons were too weak. If the opponent's strength was slightly higher, he would probably be able to see the combat skills of this temporary captain. "Let's go up," Boss Luo said indifferently. "It seems that the sun is about to set." With that, Boss Luo took the lead and stepped onto the mountain road, the trial road for the brave ones. Mayfair followed closely behind, not for any other reason, but because she subconsciously felt safer doing so, although she didn't know why. It was a very strange feeling. Dr. Gores and the other 2 followed behind easily. They probably fully acknowledged the strength of their temporary captain. "Speaking of which, I heard that you were a master at that time," Dr. Gores suddenly said. "So, the person who cleared the trial road was actually your servant, not you. Is there a difference?" Sneeve said indifferently. He would carefully discuss with me what he experienced in the chessboard. "Even if I haven't been to this place, I know everything, clearly. Dr. Gore smiled. Even if you see it with your own eyes, it may be false. Have you ever thought that the servant in the chessboard can also deceive the master outside the chessboard? What's the benefit of this kind of deception to the servant itself? Sneeve sneered. Let the master lose the game and let himself be buried in the chessboard? Why don't you deceive Nelson? Guys, let's not talk about this. Have you noticed that we seem to be getting farther and farther away from them? Ms. Maid suddenly asked at this time. Gores and Sneeve looked forward at the same time. Since they entered the trial road, they had been following Boss Luo and Mayfair closely. At most, they were 5 or 6 steps away from them. But at this time, the distance between the two sides was at least 11 or 12 meters. Did they speed up? Dr. Gores couldn't help but frown, and then his face slightly changed. Because the distance between the two sides increased again. It increased by nearly twice. Then, suddenly, a thick fog appeared in front of them. In the thick fog, Boss Luo and Mayfair directly turned into 2 light gray shadows, and finally disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even then, the thick fog spread again and directly surrounded the 3 of them. They couldn't even see what was close at hand. No, there's a problem with this road. Dr. Gores instantly reacted. Sneeve? I don't know. A trace of doubt flashed in Sneeve's eyes at this time. Gerald didn't mention the thick fog to me at that time. He went up along the trial road and soon met the first guard. Although it took some effort, he finally defeated it and continued to move forward. There will be no thick fog on this road. So you want to tell me that this trial road is keeping pace with the times, and there are new changes after you passed it? Dr. Gores pulled out his dagger at this time and looked around, saying angrily, Master Sneeve, the times have changed. Something is approaching. Sneeve didn't bother to pay attention to him, but he also took out his weapon and was fully alert. Over there! Ms. Maid pointed at a direction at this time. In the thick fog, a huge black shadow that was 3 times their height was walking slowly at this time. As it walked, its heavy footsteps even made the ground tremble slightly. Suddenly, a strong wind came. A huge, strip-shaped black shadow suddenly smashed toward them at this time. Bang! Mr. Luo, did you hear anything? Mayfair asked with a nervous face at this time. She didn't know when the thick fog appeared around them. Even when she looked at Luaccio, his face was a little hazy. In addition, Mayfair had already discovered that they were separated from Gores and the other 2, so they were now waiting in the same place, hoping that Gores and the other 2 could catch up with them. It was reasonable to say that they wouldn't get lost on this mountain road all the way up. But looking at this degree of thick fog, Mayfair was really uncertain. I heard it. Boss Luo smiled at this time. I heard your heartbeat. It's a little faster. Ah, me. Mayfair couldn't help but feel her heart suddenly jump. I'm just a little nervous. I think so too. Boss Luo opened his palm. At the center of his palm, there was a beautifully wrapped small object at this time. Mayfair didn't know what this thing was, but she had a very sensitive sense of smell, so she said subconsciously, What is this candy? I smell a very sweet smell. This is a milk candy. Luaccio gave it to Mayfair. It can help you. Mayfair took it subconsciously, opened the candy wrapper, and then put the pure white milk candy into her mouth. It's so sweet, but it really feels better. It's really amazing. Boss Luo said casually, I think we'd better keep moving forward. Maybe the fog will disperse a little in front of us, or maybe they've already walked ahead of us, but because the fog is too thick, we didn't notice them walking in front of us. Okay, Mayfair nodded. At this time, the sweet taste melted in her mouth. Bit by bit into her heart, it was a taste she had never tasted before. She suddenly couldn't bear to throw away the candy wrapper, so she carefully folded it and then stuffed it into her collar. But this action couldn't be hidden. Mayfair said casually, This candy wrapper is also very beautiful. The picture on it is too exquisite. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Then these are for you. Boss Luo smiled casually, turned his hand again. This time it was a big bag of milk candy. White, rabbit, creamy candies. All for me? Mayfair was shocked. This kind of candy must be very expensive. Even the candies offered to the gods in the tribe can't be better than this. This is very common where we come from. Boss Luo smiled and said, anyone can buy it easily. It's not something expensive. Mayfair shook her head, but it seemed that she really couldn't bear to part with the sweet taste. So she reached out and took one out. I think this is enough. Well, why don't you take more? Just one. Luaccio asked curiously. Mayfair held the candy in her hands in front of her chest, softly said, because it will become a kind of expectation. Because if there is only one left, I won't bear to eat it and will cherish it. But also because there is one more, this can let me know that when I miss this sweet taste, I still have a chance to relive it. My mother told me that only limited things are worthy of learning how to cherish. Boss Luo's eyes had a hint of a smile, but this kind of thing is really everywhere in our place. We can even produce an incalculable amount every day. Mayfair chuckled and said, even if that's the case, I only want this one. Besides, if I have a chance to leave the forest in the future and go to the outside world, I can easily obtain it according to what you said. Well, there seems to be one more reason to leave the village. She was an elf, one of those beautiful elves in the legends. Do you really want to leave the forest? Boss Luo asked in a low voice at this time. Almost without thinking, Mayfair nodded her head. The moment she nodded her head, her heart suddenly began to beat violently. She felt as though something was surging towards her from all directions, causing her to feel as though she was suffocating. Mayfair's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled as if her throat was being squeezed. But this feeling suddenly dissipated with Boss Luo's sigh like a receding tide. Mayfair relaxed at this time and directly fell to the ground with her legs weak. That was close. I almost couldn't hold it in. Boss Luo sighed softly again, thinking of Mayfair, and stretched out his hand. Are you okay? Just now. What happened just now? Mayfair turned around at this time. She didn't hear Boss Luo's first sentence clearly. She only heard the latter sentence. She shook her head and said, nothing. I just suddenly felt a little scared. She grabbed Luaccio's hand and stood up, then softly said a word of thanks. Why don't we rest here for a while? Luaccio let go of her and then suggested. Mayfair pinched her fingers lightly, then put them down, shook her head and said, I'm fine. Let's quickly move forward and see if we can walk out of the thick fog first. Oh, right, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, but it's inconvenient with so many people around. What is it? Mayfair looked at Boss Luo's shoulder and asked curiously, why do you always have this elf with you? She's lost. Boss Luo said indifferently. She wants me to help her find the way back, but I haven't promised her. Mephistopheles opened his mouth, his face full of doubt. Haven't promised her. What the hell? You're not from this world. When this hoarse voice sounded in Nan Xiaonan's ears, this demon, virtuous girl of the subworld instantly exploded. Of course, I'm not from this world. Nan Xiaonan snorted coldly. Where did this bastard come from? Let me tell you, if I wasn't unlucky enough to come to this damned place, I wouldn't have the fields I have now. Let me tell you, I grew up scared. Do you dare to fight with me in the void? I can blow you to death with a breath. The hoarse voice fell silent. Nan Xiaonan crossed her arms and snorted. I'm tired of walking. No matter what you are, I'm annoyed now and don't want to go forward. If you want to, come out and stand in front of me, or I'll turn around and leave. The hoarse voice still remained silent. Nan Xiaonan didn't say anything and directly turned around and walked back the way she came. She even quickened her pace. Wait. That hoarse voice finally rang out again after Nan Xiaonan had taken a few dozen steps. I'm trapped here and I can't move. But if you really want to leave, just leave. I won't keep you. Coward! Nan Xiaonan despised it in her heart and stopped as if she had won. She raised her chin and said, Tell me your name first. I'm not used to talking to people without names. Name? The voice slowly sounded. It's been too long. I can't remember my name. The one pressing me is a rock. You can call me Big Rock. Big Rock? Nanshaonan frowned. How did you get trapped here? Are you also a servant? Because you lost the brave game, so you got trapped in the chessboard? Chessboard? That hoarse voice! Big Stone suddenly laughed wildly. You actually call this a chessboard. It's really funny. Is it so funny? Nanshaonan snorted. Big Stone suddenly stopped laughing. Let me ask you, do you want to get this chessboard? Chapter 1794. Do you want to get this chessboard? Nanshaonan didn't even need to think before she came up with the answer. Yes. At present, she was not good at doing anything. She had not made any progress in deconstructing the rules of the subworld. She had great skills, but now she only had a few tricks. Even she despised herself. Therefore, she was really in need of some powerful tools or secret treasures to put up a front. Otherwise, it would be too shameful if her acquaintances knew about it. You want me to open your seal and let you go? She knew clearly what this guy called Big Stone was thinking. Her tone was more or less disdainful. The sealed one inside, don't you think your method of seduction is too simple? Simple things are good. Big Stone's voice sounded again. We are born simple. Eating, drinking, and sleeping are all instincts. Nanshaonan thought for a while and said, Tell me how to get the chessboard first. Then you can leave here. Big Stone's voice floated again. Actually, since I was sealed here, I have been prepared to never leave. If I can leave, it will be my fortune. If I can only stay here, it will be my fate. Nanshaonan picked her nails and said indifferently, If you want me to do something, you should at least give me some guarantee or even a deposit. Don't you know that? You said that you were prepared to never leave. Why did you put these slate fragments outside to lead people to find this place? Although I don't know what method you used to place the tablet fragments outside, but thinking about it, it's your misfortune that you can't leave, and it's your fate that you can only stay here. Isn't that right? What a sharp-tongued girl. I can do anything. Forget it. Big Stone's voice was not angry. Instead, there was a hint of laughter in it. Let me ask you, do you know the nature of this place? Nanshaonan tucked her hair behind her ear and thought for a while, saying, Normally, when I entered this chessboard, I would think that this world is a fantasy space created by the chessboard. Maybe those who entered this place before all thought it through. In fact, this is probably a fragment world of a certain world. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable. Big Stone's voice slowed down. After a while, he said, It seems that you are not from this world. You are not even from the world outside the chessboard. Nanshaonan narrowed her eyes. You really know about the void. Are you a void explorer who was lost here? Nanshaonan's idea was not baseless. She herself was the best proof. You see, because she did not do divination when she went out. She encountered a strong spatial fluctuation when she was walking and then got sucked into the subworld. If such an unlucky thing could happen, what else could not happen? I don't want to talk about what happened before I was sealed, but I can tell you that I was not sealed here to explore, Big Stone said slowly. Big Stone said slowly, the world you are in now is actually a fragment that was peeled off from a world of the demonic laws. It was then put into this chessboard and finally evolved into what you see now. Nanshaonan listened attentively, and her brain quickly analyzed the situation. However, the guy who has it now can only barely use a small part of its functions, Big Stone said with a hint of disdain. Nanshaonan could not help but frown. She said, No, logically speaking, the chessboard has been in the hands of the current owner for a long time. His name is Wally. So, normally, if you want to leave here, you should have contacted him long ago, right? Wally? I never cared about this guy's name. Big Stone said indifferently, because from the moment he got the chessboard, I knew clearly that no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the real core of the chessboard. His bloodline is not right. and he can't even meet the minimum requirements. Nan Xiaonan was surprised. You mean my bloodline is right? The slate in your hand is the best proof. Big Stone hummed softly. Although there's almost nothing shallow about it, no matter what, he's still a descendant of her. You may be the most suitable candidate, but compared to this, what's his name again? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, compared to him, you are naturally thousands of times more suitable. Nan Xiaonan was speechless. Whose descendant could she be? Her original subworld had been broken long ago, and no trace of it was left. As the creature who finally broke through the shackles of her original world, she had cut off all the connections and achieved immortality. As for whose descendant she was, it was probably the body she was in now. In fact, she had already merged with the former Nan Xiaonan, and there was no distinction between them. But she suddenly shook her head. After saying so much, you still haven't got to the point. I don't care about the background, but I haven't seen any benefits from you until now. That's the truth. Don't worry. Big Stone laughed. Haven't you already gotten the benefits? I got it. Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and then raised the slate fragment in her hand in astonishment. You mean this slate fragment? Haven't you found that with this slate fragment, you can move freely here and resist the restrictions to a limited extent? What is this slate? Nan Xiaonan asked seriously. You can think of it as the spirit of the chessboard, its will. Big Stone said slowly. As you can see, it has been broken, so it can't coordinate with the chessboard. What you need to do now is to collect the other fragments and make it whole again. Nan Xiaonan said indifferently, This place is neither big nor small. How do you want me to find it? I'll teach you the way to sense them. Big Stone said in a deep voice. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. Nan Xiaonan said, In fact, I've always wanted to complain about this kind of I'll only say it once. What if I can't remember it or remember it wrongly? Don't you think you're courting death? Will you die if you say it one more time? Listen carefully. Big Stone was silent for a while, and then continued, I'll say it until you remember it. Go ahead. Nan Xiaonan sat down and picked her ears. Actually, I have a good memory. Once again, they felt the benefits of hugging someone powerful, and they missed it so much. In the thick fog of the trial road, Dr. Gores glanced at his left arm. How did he lose it? His arm was completely hanging down, and he was glad that his arm was not broken directly. But at this time did not allow him to connect the arm bones. The first guard on the road of trial was a bull-headed monster that was almost 6 meters tall and was holding a huge wooden club. Dr. Girth had tried to cut the skin of this bull-headed monster. With his current weapons and strength, it was difficult for him to cut open the skin of this bull-headed monster. On the other hand, if the Minotaur's wooden club came into contact with him, it would be enough to shatter him into pieces. Snakel, did your servant really break through this trial path that year, and he wasn't the one who was defeated? Gerald's swordsmanship is very good. Mr. Sneeve said coldly. He said that although the battle was quite fierce, it was definitely not one-sided. I can only say that you can't do it. If you can do it, why don't you do it? Dr. Gore stared at Sneeve, who was more embarrassed than him. Is this a monster that can be defeated by a simple swordsmanship? You two, now is not the time to quarrel. Tina had no choice but to stop the unpleasantness between the two of them. She quickly asked, Mr. Snakel, since your servant really defeated this guard back then, did he mention how he did it? Or did he mention the weakness of this Minotaur guard? He didn't say in detail. Mr. Snaff quickly recalled. But he did mention that in the end he pierced the Minotaur guard's heart from behind with his sword. Behind? Dr. Gores frowned and said, the muscles and skin of the back should be thicker, right? But at this time, Miss Maid suddenly jumped up. Her profession's advantage was that she was quite agile. Her attack power was really not good, but her speed was amazing. She nimbly climbed on the bull-headed monster's body, and then moved to the back of the bull-headed monster. She grabbed the hair of the bull-headed monster's neck with one hand, and her whole body was attached to the bull-headed monster's back. This suddenly angered the bull-headed monster with thick flesh and divine power, and the huge wooden stick in its hand even made a strong whirlwind. It seems that there is an old wound here. At this time, Tina screamed, and at the same time, she directly inserted the sharp blade in her hand into the bull-headed monster's back. In an instant, the bull-headed monster screamed miserably. It instantly became violent, crazily attacking everything around it, and even threw Tina out. Seeing this, Dr. Gores gritted his teeth and rushed to the bull-headed monster. His eyes suddenly became sharp and directly penetrated the whirlwind of the bull-headed monster's wooden stick and went to its back. Then he jumped up and kicked the hilt of the sharp blade that was inserted into the bull-headed monster's back. The sharp blade instantly penetrated deeper into the bull-headed monster's back. At this time, the bull-headed monster's body stiffened and then fell forward. It groaned in pain and finally stopped moving after a while. Tina climbed up from the ground at this time and walked to Dr. Gorza's side, but she saw that the doctor was busy reconnecting her left arm. His face didn't change, and only a cracking sound was heard. The displaced bone seemed to have been corrected. That was close. Dr. Gores swung his arm at this time. Without this old wound, I guess we can only run away. Sneeve, this time I really want to thank your servant. But at this moment, Mr. Snaff had come to the side of the Minotaur guard, holding the deadly blade firmly, not saying a word. Sneeve! Dr. Gores frowned, and immediately thought of something. Wait, this old wound was caused by your servant. Is this the same bull-headed monster? Tina was stunned. Is there a problem? Maybe Mr. Sneeve's servant just pierced the bull-headed monster, but it didn't really die, but was seriously injured and in a coma? Not this. Dr. Gores frowned and said, Did you forget what Mayfair said before? She said that every day is the same. Every day is repeated, and when she wakes up, she will return to her original appearance. If this is the case, this bull-headed monster will also return to its original state. There shouldn't be this old wound on its back. You mean? Tina opened her mouth. That elf is lying? There is another possibility. Mr. Sneeve said calmly at this time Mayfair didn't lie. The wound on the bull-headed monster's back is a wound that will still exist even if it returns to its original state. It was caused earlier. Perhaps it was caused by someone who challenged the road of trial earlier. My servant, Gerald, also found this old wound and pierced it with his sword. And this possibility is even more credible. Have you forgotten the hint of the mission given by Chessboard? Find out the reason why Mayfair repeats every day. Dr. Gores shook his head. I also hope so. He suddenly felt that his mouth was dry, and he subconsciously looked around. But it was difficult to distinguish the surrounding white. But he could still feel the way up. Anyway, we passed the first level. The doctor thought for a moment and said, We are now separated from the temporary captain. Looking at the thick fog, it is probably unrealistic to meet him. We can only go down this path. If it goes well, maybe we can meet him in the second level. To be honest, the next two levels are also battles, right? Sneeve, the second level doesn't need to fight. Sneeve shook his head and said, It is a maze, a place to test wisdom. A maze? Dr. Gores nodded. It's just a maze. I have a good memory. The little elf on Boss Luo's shoulder later flew to Mephistopheles' shoulder, probably because Mephistopheles, as an elf, had a scent that the little elf liked. From time to time, Mayfair would use her fingers to tease the little elf, a sweet smile on her lips. Speaking of which, we should have walked for a long time already. Mayfair was confused. I heard from the elders in the village that as long as we enter the trial road, we will soon meet the first guard. But why haven't we met it yet? Maybe. Boss Luo thought seriously. It has something to do, and left. Or it is resting. Puff! The elf lady couldn't help but laugh out loud, which made her look more beautiful. She said with a smile, "If so, I hope it will come back later or rest more. It would be best if we can finish the trial road smoothly. The fog here seems to be thinner. Wow, the road ahead can be seen more clearly." The two of them quickened their pace and soon walked out of the area shrouded in fog. Then Mayfair froze in place and even covered her mouth. "Temple." Mayfair pointed to the front in disbelief. "How did we get to the temple? Where is the trial?" This was indeed the temple. The elf tribe wouldn't mistake this place, but this was behind the temple, which was the end of the trial road. Did she really successfully complete the entire trial? "I was just saying it casually. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Don't wait. =:. Chapter 1795. There was no doubt that this was the Temple of Light. Mayfair looked at the road behind her subconsciously. Behind her was the trial road. But at this moment, she could no longer see the thick fog that had obstructed them. She felt that she had not walked for a long time. In her impression, the time spent on the trial road seemed to be about the same as the time spent on the normal road up the mountain to enter the Temple of Light to worship. But how could this be? This was really the trial road. In the village, the villagers were forbidden to come in contact with it. Other than the forbidden area outside, it was the most dangerous place. Just as Mayfair was distracted, she felt her arm was suddenly pulled by someone. Then her body moved to the side. It was Luaccio. "Don't talk. Someone is coming." Boss Luo pulled Mayfair to the side and hid. Then he looked outside. Behind a stone pillar, there were many patterns carved on the pillar. It looked more like a totem pillar. At this moment, Mephistopheles was shocked and also stuck his head out. He saw that there were indeed two figures, not far away. At this moment, they were walking around the outer walls of the temple. They are the temple's guards, especially the one on the left. His name is Malik. He is very powerful and is the captain of the temple's guards. Fortunately, they did not discover us. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Mephistopheles patted his chest lightly and heaved a sigh of relief. "It looks like they are just patrolling." Boss Luo took a few more glances and smiled. "Let's wait for them to leave before we find a way in." They were too close. Mayfair was a little nervous. In her memory, she had never been so close to a vision. But at this moment, the captain of the Temple of Light suddenly pointed at the place where Boss Luo and Mayfair were hiding. He said in a deep voice, "Who is hiding there?" Mayfair was shocked. She instinctively wanted to move back. But at this moment, Boss Luo suddenly pressed on her shoulder and shook his head. Mayfair was shocked. Boss Luo gestured for her to keep quiet, indicating for her to continue watching. At this time, the guard drew his weapon and tentatively walked toward the stone pillar. But before he could take 2 steps, the guard captain behind him suddenly launched a sneak attack. The sharp blade easily pierced through the player's body from behind. "Captain Malik, you?" The team member did not manage to struggle much. His mouth was even covered by the captain of the guards, Malik. In the end, after a few struggles, his body went limp and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Mayfair desperately covered his mouth with both hands, afraid that he would make a sound out of fear. It was just that she was really scared, and her body couldn't help but tremble. But in the end, she didn't move, and even the sound of her breathing was forcibly stopped. Soon, after killing the team member with a sneak attack, the captain of the guards, Malik, quickly looked around. Then he directly carried the body of the team member and quickly walked in through the back door of the temple. Captain Malik, She was really scared and couldn't speak clearly. She tightly grasped the clothes on Boss Luo's arm, and her beautiful face was as white as paper. I saw it too. Boss Luo looked at Mayfair, deep breaths 3 times. Mayfair subconsciously took deep breaths. It didn't take 3 breaths, but only 2 breaths, and her emotions were slightly stabilized. Why did Captain Malik kill him? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Why did you escape from the tribe?" Mayfair said without thinking, "To avoid being a sacrifice, because the current god is fake and it is actually a monster that eats people. Could it be? Do you still want to go in?" Mayfair's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "I want to go in. If Captain Malik is really doing this for the monster in the temple, I have to expose him. Otherwise, in the village, more people will be harmed. I can't just watch. Evidence. I need evidence to expose them. Even if the people in the village want to use you as a sacrifice." Mayfair shook her head and said, "Of course, I hate those who insist on using me as a sacrifice. But there are other people and the children in the village. They don't know anything. Do you want me to hate them too? Do you want me to hate some people, but not care about the people I like? I can't do it. But you did want to escape, and you have been escaping all this time." Boss Luo said indifferently, "We found you in the forest. You were on the way to escape and you were injured." Mayfair smiled bitterly and said, "I admit that I am weak. But just now, when I saw Captain Malik kill people, I actually wanted to save him. But because I was scared, I didn't even dare to move." She hugged her body tightly. "I saw Captain Malik take out his weapon. If I made a little movement or made a sound to alarm them, maybe Captain Malik wouldn't have succeeded. I told myself that, but I couldn't do it. The one who killed people was Captain Malik, but I who didn't save him was also an accomplice. You have to understand that if you made a warning, you will also be in danger." Boss Luo said slowly, "You are not an accomplice. You are just protecting yourself. When people are in danger, they will protect themselves. There is nothing to be ashamed of." Mayfair took a deep breath and said, "But it is not something to be proud of. I think I really shouldn't run away anymore. Thank you for sending me here. I will walk the rest of the way by myself. There is no need to involve you and your friends in this danger. In that case, let's go in." Boss Luo stood up and extended his hand to Mayfair. "But you—" Mayfair moved her lips and asked softly, "Why are you helping me?" "We are now adventurers." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Since we are adventurers, we naturally have to take risks. Don't look at me like this. I should be quite powerful." She reached out her hand subconsciously and felt that it was a hand that brought her warmth and peace of mind. But just as Mephistopheles was about to touch him, she suddenly retracted her hand. Instead, she pressed down on her knees and slowly stood up. She took deep breaths again and again until her emotions were completely stabilized. Then she said seriously, "Okay, let's go in together." Although he was surprised, Luocio did not say anything. He turned to look at the back door of the temple. "If we go in from the back door, we might be discovered. Is there any other entrance?" But at that moment, Mayfair suddenly pushed out her palms. She seemed to be chanting something. Instantly, a soft green light covered Boss Luo's body. He quickly fell to the ground. Mayfair quickly went forward and supported Luocio. Then, she gently placed him behind a pillar. "Thank you, but this is something I have to face. You wait here for your friends." She looked at the sleeping face in front of her and subconsciously reached out to touch it. However, his fingertips paused for a moment, separated by a thin layer of air. Mephistopheles slowly took a deep breath and whispered, "Even if I encounter any danger, when I wake up, it will still be today. I will forget." She sighed and then suddenly stood up. With a wave of her hand, the weeds began to grow wildly and covered Boss Luo's body. After that, Mayfair unsheathed the sword at her waist. In a flash, she was already at the back door of the temple. She gently pushed open the door and leaned in. At that moment, behind the totem pillar, the lush weeds were slowly degenerating to their original state. Boss Luo, who was sleeping, had opened his eyes. This was a maze, a 100% maze. The most common type of maze in the game Hero versus the Evil Dragon. The dim passageway, the gloomy stone walls and floor, the seemingly endless forks in the road, and then there was the treasure chest monster. Dr. Girls looked at the treasure chest that was biting his palm with all his might and looked at Mr. Snakel expressionlessly. You said that the second level doesn't need to fight, it's just a maze. Before this, they had encountered several waves of maze monsters. The battle was not very fierce, and the danger level of the monsters was completely within the range they could bear. However, when they cleared the Minotaur guard, they consumed too much physical strength, so the battle was not fierce, but fatigue had spread. At this moment, Mr. Snaff probably felt a little embarrassed, so he silently pushed away the treasure chest beast that was biting Dr. Gillis' hand. Then he chopped down with his sword and killed it. Then he threw a bottle of recovery potion to Dr. Gores. Drink it when your life is almost gone. Don't waste it. TSK! Dr. Gores disdainfully slapped the recovery potion back. He took out a bottle, twisted it open, and drank it. He had a lot of recovery potions. Not only him, but Tina and Sneeve also had some good ones. These were the spoils of war that they picked up after a lost temporary captain. Dr. Gores just felt that Sneeve's behavior of using flowers to worship Buddha was too shameless. But then again, they had gone through the first level of the guards, and now they had entered the second level of the maze. However, they did not encounter the lost temporary captain along the way. This was something that everyone had no choice but to do. The temporary captain was actually still at the back. Could it be that they have retreated and returned to the starting point to wait for us? Dr. Gores had to make such a guess, and it was easy for the other two to agree with him. However, they had already gone deep into the second level of the maze. It was unrealistic to just leave like this. Doctor, have you thought of a way to leave this maze? Miss Maid seemed to have a strong confidence in Dr. Gores. She was not worried at all at this time and asked quite easily. Dr. Gores snorted twice and said indifferently almost, "After a few more passages, we should be able to completely find the pattern of this maze. Speaking of which, although this chessboard world is incredible, the level of civilization in this world is not high. The construction level of this maze is naturally not high. Damn it, why does this path seem to have been walked before? Why does every path look the same?" "That's good." Tina nodded and did not speak. "Let's continue, Sneeve." Dr. Gores thought at this time and suddenly said, "Since you have nothing to contribute, just carve a mark on the wall so that I can find the pattern." Mr. Sneeve sneered directly at this time. Tina had to whisper to Dr. Gores quietly, "Doctor, he started to carve a mark on the wall not long after he came in. When did this happen? Why didn't I notice it?" Dr. Gores could not help but feel surprised. Miss Maid said, "Doctor, you were leading the way in front, so you didn't notice it. But I noticed that we didn't encounter the mark left by Sneeve, which proves that we didn't go in circles. Doctor, you're so good." Child's play. Dr. Gores shrugged. "I stopped playing this maze game before I took the first sip of blood." "Oh, so this path has not been walked before. Fortunately, it's fine." The passage was very quiet, so the conversation between the two naturally fell into Sneeve's ears. He simply shook his head and walked to the corner, using his weapon to carve a mark on the wall. But just as he was about to leave, Mr. Sneeve's face suddenly changed slightly. He suddenly touched the wall and rubbed his palm on the wall. "What are you doing?" Dr. Gores walked over in confusion, but he saw Sneeve rubbing the wall harder and harder. Not long after, in the place where Sneeve rubbed, there was a mark on the wall that had been there for some years. This was obviously not the mark that Mr. Sneeve had just carved. It should be the mark made by the testees who entered the maze before. Miss Maid thought for a while. No, Mr. Sneeve was shocked at this time. "This is the mark made by Gerald." "What did you say?" Dr. Gores was startled. "The mark made by your servant. Are you sure?" "I won't be wrong," Mr. Sneeve said excitedly. "Only Gerald can use this symbol. He said that this is the ancient language of his people, the language of Asgard. This symbol should mean direction." The ancient language. Dr. Gores frowned at this time. So the wound on the back of the bull-headed guard in the first level was also left by your former servant. That is to say, Mayfair is lying. The three of them said in unison, hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 7084ths. Chapter 1796. Castle, Banquet Hall. It was still quiet here, except for the occasional conversation. Everyone's attention was focused on the chessboard, or rather, the position and distance of the servant cards on the chessboard. Right? There was also the sound of the dice hitting the chessboard when he threw the action dice. It was as if it had some kind of magical power that made him want to continue throwing it. It made people hope that they would be able to keep throwing and not have to wait for the next round to come. The bell in the castle suddenly rang, disturbing the tranquility. Mr. Varley smiled. I didn't expect time to pass so fast. It's already 12 o'clock. Midnight. Butler Lisa seemed to be quite sensitive to time. After Mr. Varley said the time, he directly looked at Mr. Nelson and said, Nelson, please prepare some food. It's time for lunch. I think so too. Mr. Nelson nodded without hesitation. How to put it? Although he was still in the game, he had already given the right to act to Miss Maid, who was the master captain. Therefore, his temporary absence had no effect on the following game. At most, he couldn't let Dr. Gores, as his servant, know what happened in the banquet hall. Please wait a moment. I'll serve you delicious food soon. Nelson looked at the crowd and said politely. Miss Gonglina looked at the prizes of the winner of the game, the crops in Mr. Varley's private farm, and smiled. I didn't expect this game to last so long. This is really unexpected. If it's interesting enough, I can keep playing. Mr. Varley smiled faintly. Keep having fun and add color to the dull life. Miss Gonglina responded with an elegant smile, but she was puzzled. A long time had passed since she entered the castle to attend the banquet. In other words, her coachman had been in action for a long time. Although Varley's castle was luxurious and spacious, a few hours was enough for an ordinary person to walk a few laps around the castle. However, she didn't receive any news until now. At this moment, Chef Nelson slowly pushed the cart with the appetizer, blood fountain, out of the banquet hall. He pushed open the side door of the banquet hall. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden barking sound in the banquet hall. It was the barking of Black Hound and Black Dragon. It was fast, loud, and even ear-piercing. Miss Gonglina frowned slightly. She was a person who liked peace and quiet. Such an ear-piercing sound made her instinctively resist. A trace of murderous intent even flashed through the eyes of the eldest daughter of the Tsimisai family. Please wait a moment, Mr. Nelson. Ye suddenly called out to the chef, who was about to leave. What's the matter? Miss Maid smiled and said, If possible, can you prepare some food for it? After all, it's Mr. Sneeve's pet. Mr. Sneeve is working hard for us in the chessboard. I think we should take care of it. Chef Nelson paused for a moment and then nodded. Of course. The side door of the banquet hall slowly closed, and Black Dragon and Black Hound gradually fell silent. However, their gazes were fixed on the side door that Chef Narson had just left through. The game continued. It was Mr. Wally's turn. A rather ideal number appeared on the die. Mr. Wally smiled and suddenly opened a function card in the preparation area. I'm going to activate this jump card. He flipped the card and threw it to the center of the chessboard. This is a card that multiplies my action points by 6. In other words, the distance I can move this time is 30 squares. While Mr. Varley spoke, Calady's servant card directly landed in the roaring forest at the speed of a grid jump. Wally, it seems that you really can't forget this forest, Miss Gonglina said with a fake smile. Aren't you afraid that the punishment wheel will appear again? There are many ways to play this game. Mr. Wally didn't care about his sister's sarcasm and said calmly, as long as you know what kind of opponent you are facing, you can think of a way to deal with it. Miss Lost Traveler, you don't mind, right? This initiative of mine. Of course not. Miss Maid smiled and said, The world is originally driven by people with ambition. If you lose this ambition, perhaps the world will still be in a primitive state. Mr. Varley, you might as well think about it. When our servants meet again, see if there is still a possibility of an alliance. If so, Mr. Wally smiled faintly, it's too unfair for my sister, Gong Lina. Miss Gong Lina said indifferently, it's okay. You see, Mr. Lisa is still single. Lisa, do you want to team up with me? Miss, you must be joking. Mr. Butler said indifferently, I'm afraid it's too late. That's true. Miss Gong Lina smiled and said, after all, there is such a distance. I think I'd better be alone. It's actually quite interesting to wander around the battlefield and pick up small monsters. Then, let's start the life reduction roll. Mr. Wally pushed the die in front of Miss Gong Lina at this time. It's still starting from you, my sister. She didn't care and rolled the dice casually. At the current stage of the development of the chessboard game, it was very difficult to kill a servant by reducing their life points. After all, it was very difficult to kill a servant like what Mr. Wally did. Beep, 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 beep. The die hit the chessboard and made this kind of sound again. Mayfair was lying. The three-man team in the depths of the labyrinth of the second stage of the trial fell silent after coming to this conclusion almost at the same time. Sneeve, are you the only person who touched this game plot twice? Dr. Gores suddenly said. I said. Mr. Sneeve shook his head and said, at that time I entered the elf tribe through Mayfair, but at that time I sent her directly to the village. From beginning to end, she didn't wake up. Although it's Mayfair, obviously, my experience before and after is different. Why did she lie? Is the plot necessary? Dr. Gores frowned. But I saw her tone when she spoke. It didn't seem like she was talking. If she can deceive us, then this elf lady's acting is extraordinary. In fact, if she is really lying, she has successfully deceived everyone. The maid thought for a while and said, this time if Mr. Sneeve didn't find the exclusive mark left by his previous servant, we wouldn't have discovered this. Silence again. For a moment, Dr. Gores shook his head and said, now it's just a waste of time to think about this problem. Sneeve, since your servant passed through this trial, does it mean that if we follow these previous marks, we may succeed in passing this maze? The chance is not small. Mr. Sneeve thought for a while. This is indeed the mark left by Gerald. Well, then it's decided. Follow the mark left by Gerald. Dr. Gores reorganized at this time. He loosened his neck and said, I suddenly have a very strong feeling. Perhaps the elf lady we met is now at the end of the trial, waiting for us. Why? The maid couldn't help but ask in confusion. Dr. Gures casually said, isn't it usually like this? After the pitiful female character's true colors are discovered, the adventuring protagonists will see her at the end of the checkpoint, and then some indescribable things will happen. It seemed to be reasonable. Mr. Sneeve shook his head. He reached out his hand to touch the old marks left on the wall, and muttered to himself, what else did you leave behind? Except these marks, except for the wounds on the Minotaur guard. Even now, even after so many years, am I still under your protection, Gerald? Well, the method, you have a good understanding. You can memorize this method so quickly, and you can even use it. In the forbidden area of the roaring forest, Nan Xiaonan listened to Big Rock's voice. She didn't know where it came from, but she was very relaxed. How bad could a void immortal's understanding be? How bad could it be? Moreover, according to the so-called visualization method taught by Big Rock, the process of sensing the slate fragments in her hand was surprisingly smooth, without any hindrance. In the process of visualization, she could even vaguely sense a very faint sense of closeness from the fragment of the slate. This was probably what Big Stone meant when he said her Nan Xiaonan's body was the descendant of some kind of bloodline. But according to Nan Xiaonan's knowledge, even if she was the descendant of some bloodline, it was probably many generations away, to the extent that she couldn't trace the origin. There is a fragment nearby. Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, just now, when I was learning how to visualize, I vaguely felt a similar wave coming from the other side. You're quite lucky to be able to let me sense a new fragment so quickly. That fragment has been here for a long time. Big Rock said indifferently, whether you can learn the visualization method quickly or not. I plan to tell you and let you collect the fragments here first. Maybe it was the counterattack of her previous ridicule? The old demon of the academia in its child world. Lady shrugged and suddenly laughed. I've learned the visualization method. Aren't you afraid that I won't come back here after I find the other fragments and completely activate the core of the chessboard? You'll come back. Big Rock didn't show any emotion. Nan Xiaonan was stunned. But at this moment, she once again felt the wave of another fragment. It was quite strong, as if it was right in front of her. It directly told her that the location of this fragment was where the big rock was. However, this wave of fluctuation soon disappeared, as if it had been blocked. Nan Xiaonan was clever, and at this moment she sneered, I see. No matter how long I find it, I'll definitely come back for the last fragment. Go. Big Rock said indifferently, I don't like to owe others. If you can really find the other fragments and come back here, I'll give you a chance. Nan Xiaonan tossed the fragment of the slate in her hand, and then smiled. I always think that opportunities are not given by others, but fought for by oneself. Even if, see you later, Mr. Big Rock. This somewhat slender figure slowly disappeared into the forbidden area. In the depths of the forbidden area, a huge round rock suddenly shook a few times. Then it became calm again. There was no more terrifying roar coming from the forbidden land, but there was a slight sigh. Even if I can get out, such a long time has passed the war. I'm afraid it's already over. Mayfair was moving forward slowly. In fact, every elf was good at moving forward. They lived in the forest and learned how to hunt since they were young. They learned how to hide their breath so that they could get close to their prey more easily. They were also very sensitive to smells. The smell of blood on the clansmen killed by Captain Malik was now the best guiding light for Mayfair. She had been to the temple many times. She followed the elders of the village and entered the temple to worship at a fixed time every year, so she was familiar with the structure of the temple. Mayfair soon caught up with Captain Malik. At this moment, he was still carrying the dead clansman on his body. Mayfair didn't dare to get too close. She knew that Captain Malik was the bravest among the younger generation in the village, and he was even a popular candidate for the next village chief. Until Captain Malik finally stopped in front of a huge and heavy door. This was the inner sanctum of the temple, the place where the gods lived. Mephistopheles held his breath as he watched Captain Malik gently push open the door. He then carried the corpses of his clansmen and lowered his head as he walked into the inner sanctum. The door was not completely closed. There was a trace of light coming out from the gap of the door. At this time, Murphy's footsteps were lighter, and she slowly approached the gap of the door. She began to hear some slight sounds. It seemed to have a trace of anger. Malik, how many times have I told you I need fresh food? He's already dead. My lord, it's still hot. I just killed it. It's very fresh. Well, it's still hot. Trash. Mayfair's expression changed slightly at this time, and in a flash she climbed to the ceiling above the door, only to see a figure directly break out of the door at this time, and then directly hit the wall. It was none other than Captain Malik. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, as usual. Chapter 1797. Captain Malik spat out a mouthful of blood with a panicked expression. This was obviously not the bravest elf in the village that Mayfair once knew. Therefore, Mayfair was also shocked. But at this time, Captain Malik, who was on the ground, naturally saw Mayfair, who was supporting her body and hiding above. They directly looked at each other. Mayfair's face turned pale, and she almost fell down. But Captain Malik at this time looked at the inner temple through the door in a panic and said with a trembling voice, Tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow there will be offerings sent to the temple. Wait. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. Okay. I'll immediately find something fresher. Alive. It must be alive. Remember, don't let me down again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Bang! The door was directly closed at this moment. Captain Malik sighed and directly fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Mayfair at this time did not dare to move for a moment. Captain Malik had clearly seen her. But why did he at this time? Captain Malik raised her head again and stared at Mayfair's eyes. She was even more scared. But at this moment, Captain Malik actually made a gesture of silence. Mayfair could not help but be startled. It was still the temple, but it was slightly away from the inner temple. This was the place where the village used to baptize newborns. If there was nothing important, it was basically not used. It could be considered a relatively remote place. Mayfair at this time looked at the silent Captain Malik with vigilance. This was the place he led her to. The two sides kept a distance of arm's length. Mayfair even put her hand on the place where the weapon was placed and never let go. "Okay, let's go from here." Captain Malik, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "The back of the temple of baptism leads directly to the back door of the temple. If you leave from there, it will be dark soon. Take advantage of the guards outside to find an opportunity to leave the mountain. For you, this shouldn't be difficult. After all, you are his daughter. He was once the fastest runner in the village. I know that you are actually very fast as well. You let me go?" Mayfair looked at Captain Malik in disbelief. She kept recalling the things about Captain Malik. This Malik was 40 to 50 years older than her and was still a young elf. She heard that he was relatively ordinary in the past, but after he became an adult, he showed considerable courage and was recognized as the bravest guy in the younger generation in the tribe. Finally, he directly passed the selection and became the captain of the temple guards. Captain Malik was kind to everyone and was very good to everyone. Even when she was finally chosen to be a sacrifice to serve the gods, she heard that Captain Malik had privately opposed it. Before today, Mayfair had even been secretly grateful to Captain Malik of the Guardian Squad. However, this gratitude had long since vanished into thin air after seeing Captain Malik personally kill her clansmen. She was even incomparably fearful of this person who hid his terrifying face. However, in front of the inner temple gate, Captain Malik did not directly catch her. Instead, he still wanted to let her go, which made Mayfair a little confused. Captain Malik, could it be that he was not an accomplice of the monster disguised as a god in the inner temple? However, he had clearly killed the members of his own guards with his own hands and brought their corpses into the inner palace, wanting to feed that terrifying monster. "I heard that earlier today you secretly escaped." Captain Malik frowned and said, "Since you have already escaped, why did you come back?" "I am back. Isn't that what you want?" Mayfair sneered at this time and said, "Otherwise, where would you go to find a living sacrifice and send it to the gods, to the monster? A living one, right? How much did you see?" Captain Malik's face changed and looked at Mayfair with a trace of murderous intent. She was already prepared at this time. She directly took out her weapon and waited. "I saw it all. Sneak attack from behind to kill our people, and bring the bodies of our people into the inner temple along the way. I saw it all, and I saw it very clearly. Malik, I will definitely tell this to the whole village, even the monster pretending to be a god. You shouldn't have come back." Captain Malik sighed. "You clearly could have escaped. Why didn't you escape? You have no parents, and there is nothing here for you to care about. Leaving the tribe, leaving the forest, the outside world is not good for you, is it not good for you?" "I once thought about it," Mayfair said in a deep voice, "but if I leave, more of our people will be killed and eaten by you, by the monster in the temple. I can't just leave it alone. There is no other way." Captain Malik shook his head. With a clang, he took out a sword that was longer and sharper than the short sword in Mayfair's hand. "I don't want to let others know about this, so you should know what I am going to do next. Are you going to surrender directly, or do you want me to really do it?" Mayfair had already given her answer with her actions. She flashed and appeared behind Captain Malik like a ghost. However, Captain Malik seemed to have expected it. He casually inserted the sword in his hand behind his back and directly blocked Mayfair's attack. After her attack failed, she did not pull away. Instead, she began a storm of powerful attacks. However, the sword in Captain Malik's hand transformed into a screen of light and easily blocked it. Even in the face of Mayfair's concentrated attacks, he did not even move half a step. Like a bolt of lightning striking the ground in the darkness, Captain Malik swept out with his sword just as Mephistopheles was about to be exhausted from her powerful attacks. The immense power behind the strike sent Mephistopheles flying. Even her weapon was knocked away. Mayfair fell to the ground. She could not help but taste blood in her throat. She hurriedly wanted to get up, but at this moment Captain Malik's sword was already pointed directly at her throat. "You are very fast, but your strength is too weak, and your technique is even worse," Captain Malik said indifferently. "From the moment I told you to leave, you already shut down and did not say anything. Just leave directly. Jingji obviously will not let your path be any easier. If you want to kill me, then kill me." Mayfair gritted her teeth. "However, if you want to bring me in front of that monster alive, I would rather commit suicide here." As she said this, Mayfair actually suddenly slammed into Captain Malik's arms. At her waist, there was actually a palm-sized knife hidden. However, Captain Malik effortlessly swatted Mephistopheles away with the flat of his sword. At this time, Mephistopheles directly stabbed his own throat with the small knife in his hand. Captain Malik's eyes flashed. He was even faster than her. In an instant, he flashed in front of Mayfair and directly knocked her unconscious with the hilt of his sword. Thump! The elf lady instantly collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness. Such a strong personality, really not like an elf at all. Captain Malik shook his head, but directly carried Mayfair and walked out of the baptism hall. At this moment, the sunlight was about to disappear, and the sky had completely darkened. The guards on the temple on the hill began to light up the surrounding lights. She woke up on a stone bed. The moment she woke up, Mayfair instinctively wanted to escape, but very quickly, she was directly pulled back by something. Her legs were already shackled and connected to the iron chain. The iron chain was nailed to the stone bed. She simply could not break free. Mayfair looked around in horror, and finally saw Captain Malik in the corner of the room. At this moment, Captain Malik raised his head and looked at something. A soft light sprinkled on his body, but because of the screen, Mayfair could not see what Captain Malik was looking at, but she guessed that he should be looking at the windowsill. He was looking outside the window as if he was thinking about something absent-mindedly. Even the sound of Mayfair struggling after waking up did not disturb him. "Why not send me to the inner temple and hand me over to that man-eating monster?" Mayfair said coldly at this time. It fell asleep. Captain Malik said indifferently, "You are lucky. In fact, it is very easy to fall asleep, but after waking up it will be hungry. When it needs to eat, it will become particularly irritable. So, I can only keep my life until it wakes up." Mayfair was silent. "Don't worry, I won't send you tomorrow." Captain Malik still did not look at Mayfair. Because of the escape, the village has not been found, so the priest candidate was temporarily changed. "Who is it?" Mayfair was shocked. "It is the little daughter of Eric's family." Captain Malik said expressionlessly, "She looks very happy. Tonight, the village is preparing a celebration for her. She is not even 80 years old this year. You actually—" Mayfair struggled agitatedly again, and her delicate skin was directly damaged because of this. "She will be sent to the temple in the middle of the night." Captain Malik suddenly stood up. "I am going out to patrol. Don't think about leaving this room. I have released a barrier outside. With your strength, you can't open it." At this time he looked at Mayfair and said indifferently, "Of course, if you want to kill yourself, I will not stop you. It is just taking care of one more corpse. Wait, you come back. Malik, you come back." She screamed. However, Captain Malik had already left the room and locked the door. Mayfair struggled to no avail. She could only lie on the stone bed in frustration. She said to herself, "You can't give up. You have to escape from this room and save Uncle Eric's daughter. You can't give up, you can't give up. She gritted her teeth and sat up again. Then she held the shackles with force. She straightened her foot and tried to pull it out of the shackles. The metal had already worn through her skin and even her flesh. Finally, with a miserable cry, Mephistopheles successfully pulled her left leg out. The price she paid was that her left ankle was now bleeding profusely, to the point where it was badly mangled. At this time, her whole body was soaked in cold sweat due to the pain. Her face was as white as paper. Even when she moved her left foot that was successfully pulled out, she felt a piercing pain. However, time did not wait for her. Mayfair looked at the shackles on her right foot again. This time, the pain almost made her faint. She failed. That kind of inhuman pain, when it happened for the second time, became a tiger that blocked the road. Mayfair couldn't help but curl up and cry secretly. She didn't cry out loud, but her tears soon mixed with sweat, dripped on the stone bed, and then melted. Suddenly, something fell out of her clothes. It was that incomparably sweet candy. Mayfair trembled at this time and held the candy up. She was distracted. After her mind wandered, Mephistopheles took a deep breath and unwrapped the candy. She broke the candy in half and put half of it into her mouth, while the other half was wrapped in the candy again and kept close to her body. Feeling the sweet taste in her mouth again, Mayfair carelessly wiped the stains on her face with her palm. Mayfair, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't taste bitter. Mayfair is sweet, she muttered to herself. Then she trembled, gritted her teeth, and began to whip her right foot again. The hard metal shackles directly began to scratch the flesh on her ankle together with the skin. Little by little, finally, she fell under the stone bed. Mayfair gasped for breath. She only felt the burning pain in her feet now. Even the air could bully her bloody feet. She rested for a moment and began to slowly crawl on the floor. It was just that her physical strength was astonishing. Now, she was so tired that she just wanted to faint directly. There was a light in front, which should be the light from outside the window. Most of the light was blocked by the screen. Captain Malik was sitting in this place just now. Mayfair crawled here, thinking that if there was a barrier on the door, she could climb out of the window. She subconsciously looked at it. What she saw was not a window at all, but a coffin placed vertically. The light was actually emitted by the coffin. Luminous stone. This coffin was inlaid with a few luminous stones. This was a relatively easy material to obtain in the roaring forest. Malik, have you been looking at it all this time? Mayfair gritted her teeth and crawled to the coffin. Then she grabbed the coffin and climbed up with difficulty. She hesitated, but in the end she opened the coffin and opened her eyes to look inside. Empty. Empty? There was nothing inside. Mayfair opened her mouth. In the end, she could only ignore the empty coffin and look at the door of the room. She couldn't open it. No matter what she did, she couldn't open it. She had already tried every method to dispel the curse, but the barrier released by the door completely exceeded her strength. Just as Captain Malik had said, she couldn't leave the room no matter what. Time had already quietly approached the time when a new sacrifice would be sent to the temple. Mayfair's heart was incomparably anxious, and because the injuries on her feet couldn't be treated effectively, she had lost too much blood. She could only bandage them simply, but the blood had completely seeped out. Mayfair only felt that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. She felt that she could fall asleep at any time. Maybe after she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Maybe after she woke up, it would be a new today. Well, if we return to the morning, Mayfair's vision gradually became blurred. Then no one will die? As long as I can't walk out of today, no one will die. This is also good, but will I forget? She slowly took out the remaining half of the milk candy in her arms. Her fingers unwrapped the candy with difficulty, and finally, she slowly put the remaining half of the candy into her mouth. She waited for the sweet to melt. She didn't want to forget. Right at this moment, many black patterns suddenly appeared on Mayfair's body. The patterns covered her entire body in an instant. In the end, many shadow-like arms strangely extended out from the blossoming patterns. The arms directly wrapped Mayfair up like a black giant cocoon. Finally, her body began to sink little by little. It was a darkness that spread out under her. She couldn't hear any sound. Her eyes had completely lost their luster, like an empty shell. She couldn't even taste the taste in her mouth. Crack! A soft sound at this time, but at this time it startled something. It startled everything strange here. It was as if the light from the fire had dispersed the darkness in an instant. The shadowy arms on her body began to tremble randomly, and then quickly returned to the blossoming patterns. At this time, the patterns also quickly began to shrink. Finally, all of the patterns disappeared into Mephistopheles' forehead. Her eyes regained a trace of luster again. At this time, the enchanted door had been opened, and someone appeared in front of her. I found a key outside, so I opened the door to see. "Are you okay, Miss Mayfair?" The elf lady cried out at this time. She cried and said, "I'm sorry, I ate the candy you gave me. Can you give me another one?" Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 7184ths. Chapter 1798. The potions dropped by the monsters in the game chessboard had no effect on the original creatures in chessboard. However, Boss Luo found some healing potions in this room. Mayfair recognized the effects of these potions, and according to her, the potions here were relatively complete. This was not a particularly strange thing. The room belonged to Captain Malik. As the captain of the temple guards, he lived in the temple for a long time. It was inevitable that the temple guards would be injured during their daily training, so it was reasonable for the captain's room to prepare more potions. I can do it myself." Mayfair looked away. At this time, Boss Luo was using some kind of potion to clean the wound on Mayfair's foot. Miss Elf's face was very pale because of excessive blood loss. "Okay, you can do it." Boss Luo nodded. He never forced anyone to do anything. But Mayfair could not help but be startled. Was this really the case? Shouldn't he be persistent at this time? She had to treat the wound silently. In fact, the pain made it difficult for her to think about anything else. But she still remembered one thing. How did you come in?" "I have already." "Speaking of this," Boss Luo smiled casually and said, "Miss Mayfair, it should be a dangerous thing to leave someone outside the temple." Miss Elf could not help but feel embarrassed. At that time, Captain Malik and I would be far away, so I didn't have time to move you to a farther place. And I also covered you well. I'm sorry. "I was bitten by a snake, so I woke up," Boss Luo said with a serious face. "Snake?" Mayfair was shocked, and even her hands subconsciously stopped. She blamed herself and said, "Damn, why didn't I think of a snake? It was too dangerous." "How are you? Are you poisoned? Look for it. There should be some herbs here that can detoxify. Why are you laughing?" She saw Boss Luo's expression was like a smile. Mayfair reacted and said angrily, "You lied to me. You are not injured at all." "Then we're even, Miss Mayfair." Luaccio smiled slightly. "How could it be like this?" Mephistopheles laughed bitterly. Then he sighed and said, "But you saved me again." "The person who saved you last time was Dr. Gores." Boss Luo shook his head. Mayfair said in a bad mood, "You always feel that it is difficult to accept other people's gratitude." Boss Luo didn't express his opinion. He began to look around the room that belonged to Captain Malik. Naturally, he noticed the coffin made of luminous stone placed against the wall. After Mayfair opened it, she obviously did not close it, so it was obvious that the coffin was empty. Besides that, there was nothing special about the room. Of course, the cold stone bed and the shackle mechanism on the stone bed seemed out of place. Probably, under normal circumstances, no one would like to rest on such a bed. Did you really find the key outside and open the door?" At this time, Mayfair had already bandaged her wounds. The effects of the medicine she found in Captain Malek's room were unexpectedly remarkable, even better than what she knew. The pain had even been effectively alleviated. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his legs regained some mobility, right? Yes, it's this one. Boss Luo opened his palm, and there was indeed a key in his palm. How can it be? Mayfair said in disbelief. Captain Malek imprisoned me here, and even cast a barrier on the door. How can it be opened so easily with a key? No, even if it could be opened with a key, why would he throw the key outside? Maybe we can find him and find out. Boss Luo thought for a while. You're right. All right, Mayfair quickly asked. When you came in, did you notice anything? Boss Luo said most of the guards were gathered at the entrance of the temple or went there. So when I came in, I did not meet any of the guards here. The entrance? Oh no. Mayfair said in shock. They must be going to welcome the team that went up the mountain. After I escaped, the village chose a new sacrifice and sent it up the mountain. No, I have to save her. That child is innocent. With that, Mayfair quickly stood up. But her injury was only effectively relieved, not healed. The moment she landed, the pain exploded again, making her want to faint again. She almost fell to the ground. Boss Luo reached out and supported her. Obviously, it's hard for you to do anything in your current state. I'm so useless. Mayfair was depressed. You're already very powerful. Luocho shook his head. Under such circumstances, you can still escape from the shackles. Leave the rest to me. But you? Originally, the purpose of taking the trial road was to go to the temple's god spirit. Boss Luo said casually, now we're just continuing what we started before. If you don't mind, I'll carry you. If you hesitate, it might be a waste of time. I'm very light. Mayfair's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Boss Luo smiled. He looked around the room and finally found a blanket from the closet. He put it on his back first. Then he squatted down and signaled Mayfair to climb up. The elf lady climbed up stiffly on the back that was especially wide because of the blanket. She found that she couldn't feel the other person's skin because they were so close. She even had a strange feeling. Why is it so hard here? It's because I'm wearing an invisible piece of armor. Boss Luo said casually, then it's time to act. You should hurry up and recover your strength. Mayfair's hands subconsciously hugged a little tighter. Invisible armor? But she had a feeling that even if there was no invisible armor, this blanket would still be put on. He didn't want to take advantage of her at all. He seemed to be a prince. It really works. They were already at the exit of the maze. They had been following the marks left by Geralt and finally succeeded in passing the second level of the maze. At this time, the three of them walked out of the maze and once again entered the white fog. The maze disappeared directly. Mr. Sneeve seemed to have a lot on his mind at this time. Are you worried about the last level? Dr. Gores frowned at this time. According to the situation of the previous 2 levels, I have already believed that your servant did indeed pass this trial. So, how to pass the 3rd level, you first tell me. The 3rd level, you will encounter a statue. Mr. Sneeve said slowly, there is only one question. If you answer it correctly, you can pass, but if you answer it incorrectly, I don't know what will happen if you answer it incorrectly. Your servant didn't tell you? Tina couldn't help but ask curiously. Mr. Sneeve shook his head. Geralt didn't specify what the question was and what the answer was. He just said that he passed, and then he passed. At that time, I was anxious to join my companions, so I didn't care too much. Dr. Gore seemed to be talking to himself. The 1st level is courage, so you will encounter the powerful Minotaur Guard. The 2nd level is wisdom, so it is a complicated maze. The 3rd level is a test of the mind. There is only one question. She knew that the correct answer would definitely be a positive one. The trial road, courage, wisdom, mind. A good mind is really old-fashioned. It seems that we don't have to worry too much. Maybe the third level will be easier to pass. Let's go. We should be able to reach the temple soon. Miss Maid suddenly said at this time, Mr. Sneeve, the statue you said, is it like this? Her voice was a little dignified. In the direction that Miss Maid pointed at, the thick fog instantly dispersed, revealing a straight passage. At the end of the passage, there was a statue of a woman. The female statue was blindfolded. Her hands were crossed on her chest, and she was kneeling. Her whole body was slightly tilted forward, but strangely, there was a stone chain around her neck. There was only one part of the chain, and it was straight up. The statue as a whole looked like a person who was pulled up from the top with a chain around her neck. I heard the question. Miss Maid screamed in a low voice at this time. I heard it too. Dr. Gores also frowned at this time. Mr. Sneeve's face changed slightly. Obviously, he also heard the question at this time. Dr. Gores suddenly said at this time, What question did you hear? Miss Maid opened her mouth at this time, but immediately closed her mouth tightly, as if she wanted to say something. Mr. Sneeve was even more silent. Dr. Gores had to smile bitterly. It seems that I was wrong. This level is not easy to pass, and probably each of us heard a different question, or we're even more unwilling to mention it to others, right? Tina and Mr. Sneeve still didn't say anything. Dr. Gores suddenly said at this time, Do you want to give up this level? Doctor? Miss Maid looked at him in surprise. Dr. Gores said indifferently, I intend to give up this level. I won't go on the following road. If you are interested, you can have a try. I will bless you here. No, I must go up. Mr. Sneeve suddenly became very excited at this time. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the weird, blindfolded female statue, and walked past it quickly. But soon Mr. Sneeve saw Dr. Gores and the maid Tina in front of him, who were looking at him with a shocked expression. To be exact, Mr. Sneeve, who had just walked past the statue, was now walking from behind Dr. Gores and Tina. The space was folded. Dr. Gores opened his mouth at this time. Mr. Sneeve gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed back quickly, but this time he came back from the front again. He didn't give up and walked around randomly, but no matter how many times he walked, he finally returned to Gores and Tina. It seems that unless we answer the question, we will be trapped here forever. Dr. Gores looked at the blindfolded female statue and muttered to himself, Why are you blindfolded? Well, so it seems that Captain Malik didn't really want to kill you. In the passage inside the temple, it was so quiet that only the footsteps of Boss Luo and the conversation between the two could be heard. Mephistopheles had already told her how she had been captured. She had even mentioned that Captain Malik had clearly discovered her when she was right outside the inner temple. However, he had not exposed her and had even planned to let her go in the end. I don't understand it either. Mayfair said doubtfully, He wanted to let me go at first, but after I said a few words to him, he changed his mind. You told him that you saw him kill his own people with your own eyes. Boss Luo said slowly. He changed his mind after hearing this. You're saying that when I appeared at the door of the inner palace back then, Captain Malik didn't realize that I had followed him here. Mephistopheles thought for a moment and said, He thought that I had snuck in and just happened to appear at the door of the inner palace. He thought that I had only heard something, but didn't know what had happened. That's the only explanation, isn't it? Boss Luo nodded. Mayfair was more doubtful, but logically speaking, he could have let me go if he didn't know. But since he knew that I found out about his crime, he should have killed me, right? But he didn't kill me, he even imprisoned me. This doesn't make sense at all. We're here. We're here. Where are we? Mayfair raised her head subconsciously, and then her face changed in shock. This is the inner temple? The place where the gods hibernated was the place where she met Captain Malik officially. How did she get here so quickly? It was the same when she walked the trial road. How did she arrive at the destination directly? Although the guards went to the main entrance of the temple to welcome the team that sent the offerings up the mountain, This was too smooth, wasn't it? Hey, wait, you opened the door just like that. Just as Mayfair was shocked and panicked, Boss Luo pushed open the door of the inner temple without hesitation, which scared the elf lady so much that her heart started to beat rapidly. She even felt that she was about to suffocate and her mind was blank. She could only stare blankly as the door opened bit by bit. Through the light of the lamps, everything in the inner temple began to come into her sight. He saw a woman in white with her eyes covered by a golden cloth. She was sitting on a huge chair in a dignified manner, not moving at all. Gods! Miss Mayfair muttered at this moment. Chapter 1799. The door finally opened completely, and everything in the inner hall was completely reflected in their sight. The air was filled with a faint, bloody mist, and naturally there was also the smell of blood. The place where the god lived was not bright and even looked gloomy. The walls, the floor, and even the pillars of the inner hall were intertwined with roots. They were like blood vessels that were pulsating rhythmically. If one looked carefully, one would find that the source of these roots was actually the blindfolded woman who was sitting upright. It was her feet. Her feet were like tree roots that were rooted on the floor. At this moment, Mayfair almost knelt on the ground when she saw the god. She even knelt down, and her eyes were full of too many information. Ah, shocked Outfear. She doesn't seem to know that you are here, Boss Luo said calmly at this time. I don't know why he said you instead of we. Mayfair didn't even think carefully about whether the sentence was inappropriate. She just opened her mouth and said subconsciously, I don't seem to feel the breath of the goddess life. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, You said that you saw the conversation between Captain Malik and the monster in the inner hall. I'm sure. Mayfair nodded, but it doesn't seem to be here now. Luaccio then asked, Miss Mayfair, you said that because you saw the monster pretending to be a god, and then it swallowed the sacrifice, you sent up the mountain. Can you tell us the specific situation you saw? Logically speaking, if there is nothing, you shouldn't come to the temple, right? Mayfair looked at the motionless female god in fear and nodded hesitantly. Yes, except for important days, the people of the tribe are not allowed to enter the temple. But I was actually a trainee of the temple guards. A trainee? Sorry, I didn't tell you before. Mayfair nodded and said, At that time, as a trainee, I was sent to the temple and had been receiving training. During that time, I lived in the temple. Of course, as a trainee, I was not allowed to enter many places and could only move within a limited area. Actually, during that period of time, I've always been very obedient. Every day, other than completing the training mission, I would return to my room and never wander off. I'm about to complete the training mission and become an official member of the Guardian Squad. This is a very high honor in the tribe. Because of this, I often couldn't sleep in the days when the training was about to end. Mayfair laughed bitterly. Perhaps I was too excited at the time. The day before the end of the training, I was unable to fall asleep. My mind was filled with thoughts of the end of the training the next day and being promoted to an official member. I don't know why, but all I wanted to do was go outside. I've thought about it. I've been on the mountain for quite some time, but there are still many places I haven't been to. So, Boss Luo smiled and said, You broke the rules you've always followed on the last day? I knew that after the second day, I would be able to openly patrol the other parts of the temple. Mayfair sighed, but at that time, I couldn't control my rebellious impulse. Do you know? I walked alone in those forbidden places. In the darkness of the night, there was a unique charm. I think I won't feel this feeling again after I become an official member. Gradually, I unconsciously avoided the patrolling guards and went deeper and deeper. Finally, I came to the inner temple. I see light. It's the light that's coming from this door. Mayfair said with a pale face. I knew this was the place where the gods lived. At that time, I wanted to leave immediately, but at this time I heard a scream. Then, a figure suddenly fell out of the door. At this moment, Mayfair covered her face with both hands, only revealing her widened eyes. She's covered in blood. I recognize this child. She was the child I sent up the mountain during the training. I even talked to her. We even encouraged each other. She was my good friend. She saw me and even reached out her hand to me. She wanted me to save her, but I didn't. I was stunned. My mind was blank and my strength seemed to have been sucked out. I could only look at Liv like a stone. She was slowly dragged in by something. Then there was her scream. In the end, there was no sound. I ran away. I ran back to my room without a care in the world. The next day, Mayfair said, I didn't participate in the final training. I left the temple without permission. They thought I gave up the test. Because of that, I was imprisoned by the tribe. I told them what I saw in the temple, but they didn't believe me. No one believed me. I was imprisoned. Then, one day, the village chief came to me and told me that I had been chosen by the shrine and was going to be the new sacrifice. She sighed slowly. I knew that no matter what I said, no one would believe me. How could they believe that the god they had always respected was actually a man-eating demon? All along, everyone thought that being chosen to become the sacrifice and enter the temple was the highest honor. We never thought that becoming a sacrifice was a horrible thing, because we all knew that the so-called sacrifice was a gift from the god. We could enter the god's kingdom because of it. That was the ideal place for us elves. But who would have thought that it was not the case at all? I gave up on proving myself and silently waited for an opportunity. Finally, on the day before I was sent to the temple, which is the today that I have been experiencing, I found an opportunity and escaped from the village. Then I escaped into the forest. You know what happened after that. So you didn't enter the inner temple and see everything clearly. Boss Luo said, then when you entered the door just now, how could you be sure that she was your god? Because I have seen it. Mayfair said seriously, we were born and grew up. All along, every festival, we would go up the mountain to worship. The god would also appear and pray for us. Thus, we have all seen the god's appearance. Now, seeing her appearance is enough to prove it. A demon must have snuck in here and even made the god look like this. Then it pretended to be her. Captain Malik must also know about this because he has been looking for fresh food for the demon. These roots must be the demon's curse to the god. No, I have to save her. After saying that, Mayfair walked quickly to the blindfolded woman who was sitting upright. She even easily reached the blindfolded woman and reached out to grab her hand. There is warmth. The god is not dead. Mayfair suddenly shouted in surprise. After saying that, she bent down and intended to carry the female god out of the chair. But at this moment, she seemed to have discovered something and screamed again. Mayfair was so scared that she stepped back and finally tripped over the roots on the ground and fell to the ground. She looked at the god on the chair in horror. Because of her movement, the god's body was no longer dignified. Instead, it was crooked. What did she see? What she saw was the god's back. Her back was actually covered with dense roots. At this moment, the blindfolded woman's body was already crooked. The golden cloth on her face suddenly slid down. She saw a pair of blindfolded eyes. It was blood red and had no pupils, and the seated female deity's body seemed to have come alive. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and her palm suddenly turned into rapidly extending tentacles that directly wrapped around the female deity. Mayfair was shocked and desperately struggled. She looked back in horror, only to see that Boss Luo was also completely entangled by the roots on the ground. It had become a huge cocoon. Mayfair was even more frightened. Her neck was completely strangled by the roots, and she was almost suffocated. She could not say anything. Perhaps she would be strangled to death like this. However, the roots had unknowingly stopped shrinking. She still had difficulty breathing, but she could feel that the roots had really stopped moving. It seems that a little mouse has run in. She heard a voice. She instantly remembered this voice. This was the voice that had spoken to Captain Malik, the demon that pretended to be a god. Mayfair looked at the voice and saw a figure slowly walking out from a door behind the god's chair. A man. His skin was slightly pale, and his appearance was very neat. He walked out slowly and even used a handkerchief to wipe his lips, as if he was cleaning up after a meal. Demon. Demon. The elf lady squeezed out a voice with difficulty. Demon. The man folded the handkerchief he used to wipe his mouth and hung it on his chest pocket. He opened his arms slightly and said indifferently, "Look at me, compared to the goddess in front of you, who looks more like a monster. It must be you. You're the one who cursed the gods. You made the god become like this." Mayfair was furious. "It's you who has been eating my people. I remember now. It's your smell." The man smiled slowly and said, "You are the child standing outside the door that night. I heard from Malik that after you went down the mountain, you went everywhere and told the elves what you saw. I had no choice but to let you become the chosen one. I heard that you have escaped. Why did you come back? Isn't it good to leave? Of course, I don't mind you coming to me." As he spoke, the man slowly walked up to Mayfair. He reached out his hand and gently touched Mayfair's cheek. He smiled and said, "I think you must taste pretty good. It's a pity that I've only just had my fill. Although the taste isn't that great. But it's all right, I can wait for the next meal." "You don't touch." Mayfair didn't finish her words. The roots wrapped around her, instantly climbed up and directly sealed her mouth. The man then looked at the other person in the inner hall. Boss Luo, who had been wrapped into a big cocoon behind Mayfair. He slowly walked over and said with a smile, "You know what we're going to eat next. I wonder what the next meal will be. I'm really looking forward to it. This feeling of knowing what's going to be revealed is really exciting." Mayfair struggled desperately. Her eyes were full of eagerness. The man had already walked to Boss Luo's big cocoon. But at this time he suddenly turned around and smiled. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Your god was actually dug out by me from the quiet forest at the foot of the mountain. It is the monster you mentioned." Mayfair didn't believe it, but what she saw in front of her made her believe. The dignified god, her face, her body at this time, had turned into rough tree bark. It's quite surprising. The man's eyes were full of ridicule, right? So he ignored Mayfair at this time and turned to the big cocoon in front of him. The roots on the big cocoon loosened little by little. The man's eyes were full of expectation. What is it, a young and beautiful child, or a masculine and righteous warrior? The man narrowed his eyes, or a lost sheep in panic. Finally, the roots had been untied, and the man could clearly see the appearance of the prey he caught. A young man with black hair and black eyes. A calm young man. Boss Luo stood there, not panicking because of being trapped. When the man was looking at him, Boss Luo was also looking at the mysterious man. Although it was somewhat unexpected, the man in the inner hall looked sideways at this time. After a while, he gently frowned and said, "You are a servant. Don't you know me?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "We have met before. Mr. Varley." Mr. Varley. The man who appeared in the inner hall of the temple was the owner of the castle, one of the heirs of the Tsimish family, Varley Tsimish. "Well, you are indeed a servant." The man, Mr. Varley in front of him, nodded faintly at this time. "However, although you are a servant, I am not the Mr. Varley you have met." Boss Luo was curious. "Oh, could it be that there are two Mr. Varys, or rather, the two are actually twin brothers?" "That's a secret." The Mr. Varley in front of him smiled. "And most importantly, you will never know what the answer to this secret is. Although you can come here, it will probably give the other me a headache, but the headache will soon disappear. This is another perfect game." As he spoke, Mr. Wally, as face turned cold, "I've changed my mind. More food." As soon as he raised his hand, the intertwined roots in the inner hull shot out in an instant. They were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of roots had directly pierced Boss Luo's body. But at this moment, these sharp roots actually started to bend. It was as if they weren't stabbing into soft skin, but rather hard metal. You? Mr. Varley was startled. Immediately, Boss Luo's body flashed with colorful brilliance, and a set of radiant sun-like armor directly covered his whole body. And that big, holy light sword. This set and this sword are... Mr. Varley was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He suddenly felt very anxious. Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1800. Everyone had a sense of anxiety, but some people were born with a strong sense of anxiety. Mr. Wally knew that he was that type of person, a vampire. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. He could only cover up his innate awakening with a calm look. In short, he was as calm as an old dog on the outside, but he was flustered inside. Facing an opponent who was as steady as an old dog, Mr. Wally quickly recovered from his shock and returned to his mysterious demeanor as the owner of the castle. Many years ago, there was a lucky follower who also obtained this set of equipment, which always surprised me. Mr. Wally stood with his hands behind his back, and this accident appeared again today, which really surprised me. I heard about this from Ms. Tina, Boss Luo said casually. It seems to be a Mr. Bohemia. Tina? Mr. Wally was quite curious. Oh? It seems that my servant also participated in this game. So, besides Tina, who else is there? I think there must be my steward. He's always in the castle. Boss Luo said indifferently. It seems that Mr. Wally here can't get the information from the outside. I'm curious, is Mr. Wally here also a servant? Of course. Mr. Wally smiled mysteriously. Except for the servant identity, it is impossible for other identities to enter chessboard from the outside. Do you think I'm telling the truth or lying? It's stable. If this continues, it'll definitely be stable. Then I think only servants can enter chessboard. Boss Luo nodded. Since Mr. Wally here is also a servant, let's duel. Boss Luo drew his sword directly. Mr. Wally's neat mustache couldn't help but twitch twice, and then he said indifferently, Don't worry. It's rare for you to come to this temple. Don't you want to find out why I'm here, and why there is another me outside? Boss Luo was surprised. Mr. Wally, didn't you say that it's a secret? You don't want to say it. So, there is nothing to say, just do it. Did I say that? Mr. Wally was stunned at this time, and then he shook his head as if he didn't say that. Damn, I really did say that. Just now. Oh. I did say that, but that's only because... Instantly, Mr. Wally's face changed slightly. Why did you do it? He saw a huge arc of light coming straight at him. This was Holy Light Slash, the special skill of the Holy Light Sword. He knew that, and he used it himself. He used it to kill small monsters, and it was as easy as cutting grass. However, time didn't allow him to let his imagination run wild. Facing the powerful Holy Light Slash, Mr. Wally reacted quickly. He summoned the roots in the palace and blocked in front of him. At the same time, he even directly tore off a necklace hanging on his neck, and then a thick barrier of clear light appeared in front of him. The arc-shaped sword light instantly cut through the roots, and then slashed at the barrier. Under the fierce collision, the barrier was instantly shattered. Even the necklace on Mr. Varley's hand was directly shattered. How can the Holy Light Sword be so powerful? Mr. Wally looked at the broken necklace in his palm in disbelief. My Rose Goddess Sai, what is your profession level of the Holy Light Knight? Now, Boss Luo paused and said, looking at the progress bar, it should be almost level 99. Mr. Wally suddenly became pale. How long have you been playing this game? Level 99? You've been playing for 10 days? It should be about 6 hours outside. Boss Luo said, and another Holy Light Sword was released. This time, Mr. Wally was shocked and directly threw out a ring. This time, the ring was directly cut into pieces, but it also successfully offset the power of the Holy Light Sword. He screamed, Impossible! It's only been 6 hours. How can your level increase to this level? Unless you have the Bounce Experience Card function card. It seems that Mr. Wally is really familiar with function cards. Boss Luo nodded. My master did draw this function card. It should be during the 3rd round. What is that guy doing outside? Mr. Wally's permed hair was slightly messy at this moment, and his lips were trembling. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Am I the master of chessboard, or is he the master? What a rebellious chessboard! Without time to think, the 3rd holy light sword was released again. In a hurry, Mr. Wally didn't throw anything this time, but he rolled on the ground very inelegantly to avoid it. The huge arc-shaped sword directly slashed on the wall of the inner hall at this time, cutting off the roots that clung to the wall. But unexpectedly, it didn't break the wall. On the wall, only a faint white mark was left. Luocio was a little surprised, but he still waved the holy light sword again. Wait a minute. Stop. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wally quickly got up and screamed. I'm not fighting any more. Even if you kill me, it's useless. My identity here is not a servant. The sword of the great holy light had indeed stopped at this moment. Boss Luo put away the sword and smiled. Mr. Wally, are you going to share your secret with me now? Why do you say it's so elegant to share? Mr. Wally said with a fake smile. I'm indeed not a servant. There is a very special place in this game. Once a servant enters, no matter what he does, he will leave traces in the world of chessboard. If the same servant enters the game many times, he will be able to quickly become stronger through the inheritance obtained last time. Oh, I know this. Boss Luo nodded. 2nd round inheritance. Mr. Wally nodded. I'm the trace left behind. It's a legend. That's why I can win chessboard every time. So, Boss Luo thought for a while and said, every time you drive your followers to Roaring Forest, it's because you want to get the inheritance that can make them become stronger quickly. Almost. Mr. Wally nodded again and immediately said, but in fact, it's a necessary item to pass the level. But in fact, even if you kill me, this item won't be dropped. Boss Luo fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Mr. Wally slowly said, although you won't get any benefits from killing me, I can give you an item to give to me. However, I can give you the items that will allow you to successfully clear the game and bring out the items that you want. Boss Luo smiled and said, if I win, then wouldn't the people outside lose and be punished by the punishment roulette? Mr. Wally quickly said, this is very simple. As long as you team up with my servant outside, the problem will naturally be solved. How about it? This is a win-win situation. Not only will I avoid the punishment, but you can also take away the good things here. Even in the future, I can share this treasure with you. We can cooperate and get enough benefits from chessboard. What's the item to pass the level? Boss Luo suddenly asked. Mr. Wally said it's a plant. When it blossoms, it will release a special smell. Only this smell can make the gatekeeper fall into a depressed state. Without this special flower, there is no way to defeat the gatekeeper. And this flower can only be planted in this elf temple. So, in order to ensure that you can pass the game later, you must always guard this flower. Boss Luo nodded and said, but as a vampire, you need to eat blood, so you need to constantly let the elves of the elf tribe send you sacrifices, food, right? Although I cannot suck blood for a long time, Mr. Wally said indifferently, I can't always suppress my nature. Besides, it's just a creature in the world of chessboard. It's not a big deal. Speaking of it, perhaps because of the environmental factors, the blood of these elves is not polluted at all. The purity is much higher than the high-quality crops in the clan farm. Also, they have their own belief in the gods. Speaking of which, I'm still a little reluctant to leave here. Boss Luo was still silent. Mr. Wally opened his hands and said, well, it's not something to think about. Smart people can easily get the answer. Perhaps you still don't know how many treasures this chessboard contains, Mr. Wally. Boss Luo suddenly interrupted him. Do you know the situation of Ms. Mayfair? Mayfair? Mr. Wally was stopped and looked at Mayfair subconsciously. At this moment, because of Boss Luo's holy light / Mayfair had already escaped, but she fell to the ground and was motionless as if she had fainted. You mean this female elf? Mr. Wally said carelessly. Isn't she just someone who was supposed to be my food, but she ran away and then came to me on her own accord? What's so special about her? If you like her, I'll give her to you. So you don't know about Ms. Mayfair? Boss Luo muttered. You don't even know about yourself. What do you mean by myself? Mr. Wally was stunned. Shortly after, he felt an intense pain that he had never felt before. A sharp blade had actually pierced through his back at this moment. It was at his heart. Mr. Wally looked down at the sharp blade that pierced through his chest in disbelief. He turned around. What he saw was Mayfair, who should have fainted on the ground. She was Ms. Elf. You're surprised, aren't you? I only closed my eyes. I didn't lose consciousness. The elf lady spoke with unprecedented anger. Die! You are a demon who toyed with my people and killed so many of them. HHH. Mr. Wally touched the blood flowing out of his chest and felt the sharp pain caused by the sharp blade. He opened his mouth and his cheeks twitched a few times. Mayfair pulled out the sharp blade abruptly. Mr. Wally staggered forward 2 steps and then knelt on the ground. Then he fell down. When he died, his eyes were still wide open, as if he wanted to say something. Clank! The sharp blade fell from Mayfair's hand to the ground with a loud sound. She knelt on the ground absent-mindedly. I killed him. I killed him. I killed this demon. I killed him. Indeed, you killed him. Boss Luo checked Mr. Wally and found that he was indeed dead. Do you feel better? I. She raised her head subconsciously and then looked down at her trembling hands, saying blankly, I don't know. I don't know if I feel better or not. I'm just a little tired. Ms. Elf's body suddenly turned soft and then fell to the ground. On her abdomen, there was a sharp, broken root. The root had already pierced through her abdomen. I'm a little cold. Boss Luo walked to Mayfair's side, but her eyes gradually lost their luster as if she couldn't see anything. I originally thought that everything would be fine after I killed him. Mayfair murmured, Then I can leave with peace of mind. I can go to the outside world to do so many things to buy those delicious candies that you said are everywhere. Really, really sweet, very sweet. I can remember their taste forever. No need to forget. I don't think I can wait any longer. Today, I can finally pass. It's so good. Are you still there? Are you still there? Why can't I see you? I'm still here. Luaccio said softly. I'm beside you, looking at you. I see. Mayfair showed a slight smile on her face, and her absent-minded eyes gradually closed. Then, a large number of black patterns began to spread from her forehead and then bloomed. Then, shadow-like arms wrapped around her body. What happened? In the banquet hall of the castle, Ms. Gong Lina's voice suddenly sounded, because she found that the circle of light on the roaring forest on the chessboard suddenly disappeared, and the servant cards of Ms. Maid's team suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. But the place where they appeared became the starting point when they originally entered the roaring forest. ########. Chapter 1801. Strange, how did we? Miss Maid suddenly made a puzzled voice. In addition to Dr. Gores and Sneeve, she also saw the temporary team leader, Boss Luo, but in fact they were separated in the thick fog of the trial a moment ago. However, the reality was that they inexplicably left the statue in front of the 3rd level and returned to the roaring forest. The time doesn't match. Why is it still daytime? Dr. Gores looked at the sky and frowned. The 3 of them looked at Luaccio, who appeared in front of them again after being separated. Where's the female elf? Miss Mayfair is dead. Boss Luo said slowly. To be precise, Miss Mayfair is dead. She's dead? Sneeve frowned subconsciously. How could she be dead? We were still in the trial. She's dead? Then we came back here, which means if we walk a little further, we'll probably know something, Boss Luo said after thinking for a while. Everyone's face slightly froze and they didn't speak. They even felt a little strange, if their memories weren't messed up, except for the temporary team leader. The three of them should still be trapped in the third level of the trial. We did walk through this path. Dr. Gores thought at this moment and said, "When we first met Mayfair, I have some impression of this tree." As he said, Dr. Gores quickly pushed aside some short shrubs that were as tall as a person and passed through. When everyone passed through one by one, they saw that Dr. Gores was already stunned in front of them. Soon, they understood why Dr. Gores was stunned. "Mayfair, you in the adventure team met an injured, mysterious woman in the forest. Do you choose to treat her?" At the same time, everyone in the adventure team heard the prompt from the chessboard again, but it was up to the master to decide whether to help or not. At this moment, facing the female elf who was unconscious and lying on the trunk of the dead tree, everyone had different expressions. Did time really reset? Dr. Gores couldn't help muttering at this time. If so, our deduction in the second level of the maze was, you chose to treat her. Obviously, after the chessboard gave the message, the servant girl, as the master, quickly made a decision. The same choice as before. Dr. Gores had to treat Mayfair, who was injured by the arrow again. But because he found the usable medicinal materials nearby last time, the efficiency was much higher this time. They didn't say anything along the way. They were all doing the same thing, as well as strange things. Then, you successfully saved a life that was about to disappear. But the appearance of the injured person was too bizarre, so you decided to investigate carefully. After discussion, you thought that this woman might live in the forest, so you planned to look for her relatives in the forest. You decided to split up and leave one person to take care of the injured woman. Sure enough, it's the same, exactly the same. After hearing the familiar prompt again, Dr. Gores calmed down and looked at everyone, saying the mission was reset, or it was reloaded. So the place where we met Mayfair is the location of the save. How did Mayfair die? I need to know everything that happened after you were separated from us. I need to know every single detail. Boss Luo didn't hide anything and told them what happened in the temple before. But perhaps the news was too shocking. Dr. Gores and the others couldn't fully believe it. You mean the person who controlled the temple is Mr. Varley? Dr. Gores was lost in thought. That's impossible. Mr. Varley has been outside all this time. Miss Tina shook her head. Varley is here. Varley is here? It was Mr. Sneeve. Boss Luo said indifferently. This is what I encountered before. Dr. Gores rubbed his eyebrows and said, It's not that we don't believe you, but it's too strange. You know, we can't contact our masters at present. Only you can know what happened outside. Tiff fainted. Chef Nelson was asked to prepare food. As for Mr. Sneeve's partner, Black Hound, he couldn't speak human language. That was to say, for Dr. Gores and the others, Boss Luo completely controlled their reception to the outside world. In fact, I can't contact my master now. Boss Luo shook his head and said, You can't use any of the methods given by the chessboard. They were silent again, and their eyes fell on Boss Luo. The original simple plot that they just needed to follow Boss Luo all the way seemed to be a little different from this moment on. They found that they couldn't simply believe what Boss Luo said. What should we do now? Mr. Sneeve suddenly looked at Dr. Gores and frowned. Once. Whether we want to or not. Dr. Gores said in a deep voice, According to the chessboard, we can only do it once, right? Mayfair is dead, and everything is back to square one. It seems that what we need to do is to make sure that she doesn't die. Dr. Gores said and walked directly to Mayfair. He used the herbs in his hand to grind another kind of medicine and fed it to the elf lady. What is this? Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. A temporary medicine that can make people sleep soundly. Dr. Gores said indifferently, I need to figure out under what circumstances her time will be reset, whether she can't survive today. "Doctor, are you planning to let her sleep until the end of the day?" The maid seemed to have understood what was going on. Dr. Gores nodded and immediately said, "Now we need to find a place to survive today. Do you have any other suggestions?" Mr. Sneeve thought for a while and shook his head. Boss Luo said that they could give it a try. The game should be like this. After encountering a difficult problem, then start to think of a way to overcome it. If you play a game that can be defeated all the way, you will get bored of it, right? What happened? In the banquet hall of the castle, Ms. Gong Lina's voice suddenly sounded, because she found that the circle of light on the roaring forest on the chessboard suddenly disappeared, and the servant cards of Ms. Maid's team suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. But the place where they reappeared became the starting point when they originally entered the roaring forest. At this time, it was Ms. Maid's turn to throw action points. She had actually thrown action points for several rounds, but because the team was caught in the mission and couldn't move, the points had been saved. But this time, when Miss Maid was about to pick up the dice moved away, skipped her, and went to the next master butler who was going to throw his action points. "Oh, did I encounter a punishment that forbids action?" Ms. Maid looked at Mr. Varley at this time. Mr. Varley smiled faintly at this time. There is such a situation, but it rarely happens. Generally, it only appears in a particularly important or very special mission environment. Then it will be forbidden to throw action points. Ms. Maid chuckled and said, "In this way, it seems that I will lose a lot of points." Mr. Varley said casually, "It's worth it no matter how many action points you use to exchange for such an opportunity. Prohibiting action points means that the final profit of this special mission will definitely be able to make up for the losses you have incurred in these rounds of actions. It will definitely be worth the ticket price. I'm so envious. That is after the mission can be completed." Ms. Maid said indifferently, "If it can't be completed, it means that you can only watch and can't do anything. But the life reduction will continue, right? High risk, high reward." Mr. Varley waved his hand, then took the dice from the butler who had just finished throwing. I said, "It is worth it no matter how many action points are used." "Oh, it's 5 points again." Due to the previous use of the function card to jump directly to the roaring forest, this time the 5 action points were enough for Mr. Varley's servant to go deeper into the roaring forest. But this time, Mr. Varley did not direct his servant to intercept Boss Luo like before. Instead, he let Cade wryly approach the butler servant, Nan Xiaonan. Each round of action points ended with Mr. Varley. Then it was a new round of life reduction points. At this time, the dice were handed to Ms. Gong Lina. At this time, Tang Tianlin, the only servant who did not move in the roaring forest, was currently near the center of the chessboard. The mark there was King City. Mr. Nelson seems to have been out for a while. Ms. Maid put on new gloves at this time, picked up the dice, and threw the life reduction points. Next to her, there was already a pile of discarded white gloves. Ms. Simasai didn't even have the urge to roll her eyes. High-end food often needs to be cooked patiently. Mr. Varley smiled and said, "I believe Mr. Nelson will definitely serve us an unforgettable meal." Having said that, the butler looked at the ghoul bodyguards waiting on the side. The 2 ghoul bodyguards immediately understood and stood up. "Let's go to the kitchen." Mr. Varley looked straight at all the movements of the chessboard and waved his hand without looking back, indicating that he agreed. Mr. Varley, who looked as calm as an old dog, felt a strong sense of anxiety at this time. Did they find the inside of the temple? But it didn't matter. They should not find a way to clear the level. At this time, Mr. Varley suddenly said, "Lisa, team up with me later." "Yes, sir." The butler of the castle bowed at this time, but the butler was puzzled at this time. He found that his servant didn't seem to listen to him. "Well, did I just ask her to go in this direction?" Next to the bonfire, time passed little by little. This was an ordinary cave in the roaring forest. They didn't follow the instructions of the chessboard to explore the surroundings separately. Instead, They directly moved Mayfair, who was unconscious after being fed the medicine, and began to wait. Dr. Gores calculated the time at this time, looked at everyone, and said, "It should be midnight soon. Today will be over soon. The situation of this elf lady will probably be clearer. Mr. Gores seems to be quite familiar with the herbs here." Boss Luo suddenly said at this time, "The herbs collected from the forest can make Miss Mayfair sleep until now." Dr. Gores said casually, "Mr. Varley used to bring out a lot of plants from the chessboard. Most of them were given to me for research." "That's also very good." Boss Luo smiled. Ms. Gores said with a trace of pride, "You may not know, but Dr. Gores is actually a very good secret pharmacist, with the title of Ghost Medicine's Gores." "That's really good." Boss Luo nodded. Dr. Gores waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. The secret pharmacist is just a part-time job for fun. My main profession is still a doctor. However, as everyone knows, a doctor needs to know how to use medicine. I just learned a little more about pharmacology. My title and whatnot were all spread by outsiders. I didn't take it seriously. It's not easy. Finally, I can pretend in front of this guy." Boss Luo smiled and said, "By the way, you were still in the 3rd level of the trial. Did anything special happen in the 3rd level?" Dr. Gores's expression changed slightly. Not only him, but Mr. Sneeve and Tina's expressions also became a little unnatural at this time. She changed. Mr. Sneeve suddenly said at this time. They all looked over and saw that a strange black pattern had suddenly appeared on Mayfair's forehead. The pattern began to spread all over her body, and after it bloomed, it actually grew many shadow arms. It was the first time for the doctors and others to see this strange scene. They were all surprised and opened their mouths slightly. In this way, they watched Mayfair being wrapped by these shadow arms and then sinking into the darkness bit by bit. Everything in front of them suddenly spun and disappeared. When their vision recovered, they saw that the mottled sunlight had become dim after filtering through layers of leaves and falling on the soil full of rotten leaves. They returned to the original place again. Everyone. Dr. Gores took a deep breath at this time and said seriously, "It seems that we are really trapped in this time loop. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual." Chapter 1802. They had already verified that if they didn't do anything, they would just let Mayfair sleep until a day's time was up, and it would return to the original time again. Although it was difficult to accept, they had to be clear about one thing. If they couldn't solve this kind of reincarnation, they were likely to be trapped in this period of time. So, the next step is the second verification. Dr. Gores looked at Mayfair, who was also unconscious after being injured by an arrow, and said indifferently, "Let's see if once she dies, time will go back again." Boss Luo suddenly said at this time, "Mr. Gores, are you going to directly end Miss Mayfair's life?" Dr. Gores shrugged and said, "It's just an experiment. If time goes back, she didn't die at all. If time doesn't go back, it means that we have broken this curse. This may not be able to get the reward behind this event, but it's better than being trapped in this period of time. Why? You can't bear to kill her. She's just a creature in the game. It has nothing to do with us." Luaccio looked at Sneeve and Miss Tina. He found that the two had no intention of opposing at this time. Obviously, they acquiesced to Dr. Gores's statement. However, Boss Luo said, "I have already said that the time of her previous death has been reversed. There is no need to test it again." "That's just what you said." Dr. Gores shook his head and said, "Some theories need to be verified by yourself. You don't have to do it, I can do it. It's very simple. Just cut her neck and you can get the result." Luaccio shook his head at this time. "I don't agree." Dr. Gores opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that the temporary captain was the strongest in the team, and he was so strong that he could defeat Mr. Varley's servant. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with him. Masters could form a team, and masters could also disband the team. There was no rule that said that servants who had formed a team could not fight each other. This was a rule that wasn't clearly stated, and one had to figure it out on their own. Perhaps it was because this was the first time the other party had played this game, and because of his empiricism, he subconsciously thought that after forming a party, they would be a community and did not think in this direction. Or perhaps he had already thought of this point. But if you end up like this, how am I supposed to get out of this? Then let's not kill him. Mr. Sneeve said indifferently, if killing her can remove the curse, then this incident is meaningless. Now that we know that even if we don't do anything, once today is over, time will immediately reverse. In other words, we have to find a solution before the end of today. So, let's follow chessboard, instructions, and explore the forest separately. Maybe there's a plot that we haven't encountered yet. Old Sneeve, do you have a new idea? Dr. Gores saw that there was a way out, so he naturally took it. A little. Mr. Sneeve nodded and said, You see, the first time I entered Roaring Forest, I directly brought Mayfair back to the tribe and handed her to her people. Previously, we avoided her clansmen and sneaked into the tribe. We also found out about the time reversal. Clearly, different methods and choices in this matter can lead us to different information. Why do we know that Mayfair has been reversing time? That's because we know too little about this incident. So, what we have to do now is to collect as much information as possible. Dr. Gores thought for a while and said, That is to say, we have to carry out a variety of operations. This is a huge project. I hope we won't become crazy again and again. However, since there is a change, let's make some adjustments. Dr. Gores looked at everyone at this time. At the beginning, I took care of Mayfair, and then you explored. This time, let someone else stay and take care of her, and then I'll explore. How about it? I like this kind of problem-solving atmosphere. Boss Luo smiled slightly at this time. Dr. Gores shook his head. Does this guy really treat this as a game to clear the level? The essence of this game is not to play, but to find a way to clear the level and then leave with the things here. Then take care of her one by one. Dr. Gores said indifferently, I'll go explore first. You three decide who will take care of her. With that, Dr. Gores picked up a branch, then threw it, and then walked directly in the direction indicated by the branch. Mr. Sneeve didn't speak at this time, but he seemed to have made a decision and left directly. Only the maid Tina and Boss Luo were left. Tina thought at this time and said, Mr. Luo, if you don't mind, can you take care of her this time? It doesn't matter. Luocio smiled slightly. I can also take a break. Tina nodded simply and immediately went in a direction. Perhaps it was a coincidence. The direction this maid left was also the direction she chose for the first time. Their footsteps couldn't be heard. Obviously, they were far away from the place where Mayfair was found. In fact, the wound on her body had been treated by Dr. Gores. At this time, Boss Luo made a big fireball, and after making a bonfire, he sat next to Mayfair. After a while, perhaps out of curiosity, Boss Luo touched Mayfair's forehead with his finger. This was the place where the black pattern grew. What do you not dare to face? Miss Mayfair, Boss Luo whispered. Her lips suddenly opened slightly. This time because Dr. Gores didn't give her the sleeping potion. She obviously wouldn't sleep until the end of the day. But it seemed that she woke up earlier than the first time. The elf lady really woke up. The moment she woke up, the elf lady suddenly jumped up and then reached for her waist. She was used to keeping her weapon here. But this time, she found that she touched nothing. Are you looking for this thing? Boss Luo picked up a weapon. I thought you might not sleep well with it, so I took it off. At this time, Mayfair sneered and said, If you are afraid that I will sweat while sleeping, will you also take off my clothes? Boss Luo was startled and thought for a while, I think I would just move you to a shady place. Mayfair snorted and then moved, but she touched the wound on her back. She couldn't help but frown in pain. Did you save me and treat my wound? Not me. It was one of my temporary companions. There's someone else. Mayfair frowned again, then looked around nervously and then quickly asked, What time is it now? How long have I been unconscious? It's been about 2 hours since we found you. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, As for how long you have been unconscious before this, I don't know. It shouldn't be over yet today. Mayfair lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she gritted her teeth and stood up while enduring the pain. Thank you and your companions for saving me. Please thank them on behalf of me. But I have to leave here now. Please give me back my weapon. But you're wound? It's fine. Her face was pale, but the elf lady's face was full of determination, and even had a sense of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Boss Luo blinked, and a candy appeared in his palm. You're injured. Do you want to eat something to replenish your sugar? Looking at the candy wrapped in a delicate sugar coating, Mayfair was startled at first, then frowned, and directly swatted away Boss Luo's hand, and the candy naturally fell to the ground. I don't like to eat sweets, Mayfair said coldly. You're an adventurer who came into the forest from the outside, right? I advise you not to have any ideas about me, because I hate humans. If it weren't for the fact that you saved me, maybe I would have already killed you. Saying this, Mayfair directly put on her weapon, and then said with a warning look, You'd better not follow me, and pretend that you never saw me. Mayfair stared at Luocho all the way, and after walking a few meters away, she turned around and directly jumped into the forest, and her back was soon out of sight. Boss Luo looked at the candy on the ground and said to himself, It seems that it's not the same one at this moment. Sneeve, Dr. Gores, and even Tina. None of them came back. At this moment, a small light suddenly floated from the forest and quickly came to Boss Luo's side. It floated up and down, as if it was joyful, and also seemed to be telling something. You found me again. Boss Luo smiled slightly. He was moving quickly in the dense forest, and his eyes were full of eagerness, even sweating, Mr. Sneeve. He seemed to be looking for something. In fact, he had been walking back and forth in this area for a long time. Why is there nothing? He didn't know how many times Mr. Snaff stopped under a big tree. The first guard had a sword wound left by Gerald, and the second maze also had a mark left by him. Mr. Sneeve muttered at this time, This is the place where you were killed by Wally's servant. Didn't you leave anything? Bang! Mr. Sneeve suddenly punched the big tree, and the leaves shook. He couldn't help but recall the question he heard in front of the statue in the 3rd level of the Road of Trials. No, I didn't. He roared and pounded the tree trunk in front of him crazily until his fists were badly mangled. Panting, he held onto the tree trunk and stopped. I didn't. He powerlessly slid to the ground, and his eyes gradually lost focus. He only felt as if there was a pulling force that kept pulling him down into the abyss. Suddenly he stopped. Light and shadow around him changed, and then Ma Long fell asleep. He was actually in the middle of a bustling market. This is... Mr. Snaff looked at the bustling streets in disbelief. This was the town that he had stayed in for a few decades ago, the day before he and his companions from the demon hunting squad set off for the ancient castle. Mr. Sneeve suddenly shuddered. He instantly knocked away the pedestrians on the road and hurriedly ran on the street. Soon, he had already arrived in front of a hotel. He recklessly opened the door of the hotel directly. Such a rude behavior unexpectedly didn't attract the attention of the people in the hotel lobby. Finally, he ran to the upstairs of the hotel. Mr. Sneeve panicked in the corridor. Finally, he saw a mature and beautiful intellectual woman who was carrying a basket with clothes, slowly walking down the stairs. Lenny! The moment Mr. Sneeve saw the woman, his eyes couldn't help but brighten, and he even instinctively rushed to the woman, wanting to hug her. However, at the moment of hugging, he didn't feel anything. The woman wore a smile on her face and directly passed through his body. Mr. Sneeve rushed into the air. He quickly turned back and saw the woman carrying the basket walking to the room in front of him, and his face couldn't help but slightly change. No, Lenny, no, don't knock on the door. Don't enter this room. Don't open the door. Please don't open the door. I beg you. At this moment, Mr. Sneeve actually screamed at the top of his lungs and even hurriedly rushed to the woman carrying the basket. But this time he passed through her body. He couldn't make any contact with her at all. "Sneeve, I've helped you take the clothes and also sewed your. What are you doing? Sneeve, this is mine. You actually disgusting. No, I'm not. The moment the woman opened the door, Mr. Sneeve, who was lying on the ground, suddenly turned pale. His lips couldn't help but tremble, and his mind was blank, looking at everything in the room in a daze. In the room, he saw a young guy who was now looking at the door with a frightened face. He was holding a woman's underwear in one hand, and his other hand had already reached into his trousers. Rush. Ah! Mr. Sneeve at this time shouted angrily and desperately rushed into the door. "How can you be so ugly? How can you? How can you?" Ferocious, remorseful, and even vicious, these flashed across the old Sneeve's face for a moment. He wanted to strangle the young man who was sitting on the bed blankly with his own hands. But in the end he found that he was just strangling the trunk of a big tree. This was still the roaring forest, a place close to the forbidden area. For a moment he powerlessly sat on the ground, holding his head in pain, and forcefully hit the trunk in front of him. His head was broken and bleeding. How could I have forgotten that? I used to have such an ugly side to me. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 73/84. Chapter 1803. In front of the entrance to the cave leading to the elf tribe, a few male elves from the elf tribe walked out quickly. After whispering something, they began to disperse and leave. After they left, a hidden figure quickly walked out and entered the cave. Dr. Gores. He quickly came to the wall that could only be opened with the special power of the elf tribe. Sneeve said that even if he secretly learned the words that Mayfair carved on the wall, without the power of the elf tribe, he still couldn't open the passage to the elf tribe. But Dr. Gores didn't think so. He said that since he was already trapped in today, he should try any method. At this time, Dr. Gores used his finger to draw on the wall. Relying on his memory, he began to carve the words written by Mayfair. However, he did not carve it so simply. Before carving, he put his finger into a small bottle and dipped it into a blood-red liquid, fresh blood. This was Mayfair's blood. As a doctor, when he removed the arrow from Mayfair's body, he had enough time and opportunity to get some of the elf lady's blood. As a vampire, Dr. Gores knew very well that most of the power of non-human creatures came from their blood. Blood was generally believed to contain unknown power. At this time, the finger that was stained with the elf lady's blood slowly drew a complicated symbol on the wall. In fact, he had only seen Mayfair draw it once, but he had already memorized it. His memory was actually very good, as he said. In the secret medicine course, there were tens of thousands of characteristics and uses of materials. As a secret medicine master, the first thing to train was his memory. Only then could he quickly find what he needed among the complicated materials. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the wall. Dr. Gores narrowed his eyes and chuckled. It's really effective. When the passage opened, Dr. Gores stepped into the passage without hesitation and came to the special space where the elf tribe was located. What greeted his eyes was still the quiet forest composed of sleeping trees. As a matter of fact, if he wanted to prove that the temporary captain wasn't lying, all he needed to do was to go to the temple and take a look at the real Mr. Wally. Dr. Gores quickly bypassed the quiet forest and headed towards the hill where the temple was located. As for this time, he did not plan to walk the trial path again. Previously, Mayfair had taken the trial path because he didn't want to have a direct confrontation with the temple's guards. Secondly, Sneeve had said that it would be relatively easy for him to pass the trial path, so he had agreed. But he hadn't expected that so many things would happen on the trial path. This time without the troublesome elf Mayfair and Sneeve. Dr. Gores naturally had nothing to worry about. Would he have a conflict with the temple guards on the way? He didn't know if killing the temple guards here would give him a lot of experience points. However, in any case, it was always more convenient for him to act alone. Thinking of this, Dr. Gores suddenly felt a sense of relief. "Mr. Gores, you are here too." Then the doctor subconsciously shook his head, thinking that he might be too tired to actually have auditory hallucinations here. Bah! This was clearly the quiet forest, so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves could be heard. "Why are you here?" Dr. Giles turned around and looked as if he had seen a ghost. He frowned and said, "Shouldn't you be taking care of Mayfair?" Yes, at this time Dr. Gores, who was quietly planning to do something bad, saw the temporary captain of the servant team, Boss Luo. "I saw that everyone hasn't come back for a long time, so I came out to look for you." "Of course not." Dr. Gores quickly calmed down and said calmly, "Oh, really? So it has been so long? Looks like I've been waiting for quite some time. What I mean is, in order to ensure that I would definitely be able to enter this place, I waited outside for quite some time. I waited for the elves who came out to search for Mayfair to leave before I entered. This also ensures that when I come in, I won't meet them head-on." "Mr. Gores is very thoughtful." Boss Luo nodded. "I didn't think about this problem at first. I thought that Dr. Gores might be doing something bad." "How can that be?" Dr. Gores shook his head and said, "What bad things can I do? Now, we are in the same boat. Even if I want to do something, it is for our team." "What is Mr. Gores going to do now?" Boss Luo asked with a smile. Dr. Gores responded quickly, and he didn't think about it. "Previously, we brought Mayfair into the horde. This time, I want to try and see if there will be any new changes if we don't bring Mayfair in." "I see." Boss Luo nodded. "This is a good idea. Then let's move together, Mr. Gores." "Okay." Dr. Gores nodded slightly. He realized that in this situation, it seemed that he had no other choice but to nod and agree. Since the sudden appearance of this temporary team leader caught him off guard, the conversation had been led by him. Until now, he had no choice but to move together. Dr. Gores sighed and finally had a chance to say, "If you leave, then who will take care of Mayfair now?" "No, if I calculate the time, she should have woken up, right?" Boss Luo was walking in front. Hearing this, he turned back and said casually, "Miss Mayfair woke up and left." "Oh, woke up. What left?" Dr. Gores rushed forward subconsciously. "Why did she leave? You didn't stop her." "Just like what Mr. Gores said, we should try every possibility." Boss Luo said slowly, "So I think let Miss Mayfair leave by herself and see if there will be any new discoveries. Is there anything wrong?" No. Dr. Gores had to shake his head. If he denied it, it meant that he denied the logic of coming here quietly, which meant that he refuted his own words. "Then let's go." Boss Luo smiled and said, "I think this time we won't take the trial road, but the main road. It should be this way." Boss Luo still walked in front and led the way. Dr. Girth narrowed his eyes at this moment. His palm, subconsciously, touched his dagger. At this distance, Zhang Tai's dagger was already in his hand. But he quickly gave up this idea. This guy's armor is an all-around defense without any gaps. I heard that after Mr. Wally's servant failed, he used his only card, Resurrection of the Dead. I wonder if Mr. Wally has found a way to deal with this set of armor after he leveled up his account? Fortunately, Mr. Gores is your teammate. Boss Luo suddenly said at this time. Dr. Gores couldn't help but be startled and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "Because Mr. Gores is not only smart but also quite reliable. You see, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to save Miss Mayfair. Moreover, if it were someone else, I may be worried about one thing." "What is it?" Boss Luo turned back and said, "You may be worried about being stabbed in the back. But if it's Mr. Gores, it won't happen, right?" "Of course." Dr. Gores shrugged at this time and smiled. "If I don't hold on to such a strong captain like you, I'm really stupid." The doctor's back was already cold at this time. These words were sharper than a straightforward sword. The doctor couldn't help but think of a sentence, hidden killing intent. They were silent all the way. The road to the temple was unimpeded all the way. They didn't see any guards until they had climbed the hill. At the entrance of the temple, they saw 4 elf guards. Do we directly kill them or find a chance to sneak in? Dr. Gores asked directly at this time. Boss Luo said, it should be this time whether to directly kill them or find a chance to sneak in. Dr. Gores shook his head and said, then sneak in, and ask for more information. I have the skill to sneak in. What about you? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I seem to have gotten an invisibility scroll on the way. With that, Boss Luo directly disappeared in front of Dr. Gores. But the doctor could still hear his voice. How is it? Is there any flaw? No. Dr. Gores sighed and said with a bitter smile, not at all. Then, I'll go inside and wait for you, Mr. Gores. Dr. Gores only heard some faint footsteps at this time. Then he couldn't hear anything. He saw that the 4 guards at the entrance of the temple didn't respond at this time. He didn't know whether this temporary captain had successfully entered the temple. Oh, invisibility scroll. I've played this game so many times, but I've never seen it before. Dr. Gores sighed. He didn't know if there was something wrong with chessboard that gave a green light to a servant who entered the game for the first time. Dr. Gores quickly collected his chaotic thoughts and directly activated the skill, flashing past the guards. The guards only felt a gust of wind blowing past them, and then they couldn't feel anything else. After entering the temple, Dr. Gores' skill began to cool down, and he appeared again. He looked around vigilantly, but there was no one around. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, Are you here? I'm here, on your left, Mr. Gores. Dr. Gores' heart suddenly contracted. He calmed down and nodded again. Mr. Gores, you can go. I'll follow you. This scroll seems to be a one-time use, so I plan to keep it up. It's a bit exciting to think about it. If Mr. Gores encounters an enemy or is in danger, and I suddenly appear, I'll definitely scare the enemy. Maybe I can even turn the situation around. I'm now one of your trump cards, Mr. Gores. I don't know if the enemy will be scared or not, but I'm almost scared to death now, okay? He just wanted to kill him and planned to stab him in the back. Not long after. He could only let this guy follow him in stealth mode. Dr. Gores, who was a little scared, couldn't help but move forward cautiously. However, most of the attention was actually on him, which made him feel very uneasy. Who is it? At this moment, a figure flashed past. The newcomer was holding an exquisite sword, and his equipment was obviously better than the guards of the temple. Dr. Gores frowned subconsciously. He didn't expect to be exposed so soon after entering the temple. His reaction was also very fast. He took out the dagger in his hand and attacked first. However, the male elf with the exquisite sword was not afraid of Dr. Gores' sudden attack. He waved the sword in his hand casually and easily blocked the attack. He even had time to say, "The angle is good. Are you proficient in assassination?" "It's not over yet." Dr. Gores sneered at this moment. The dagger in his hand spun in an instant. He took advantage of the momentum and directly slashed at the male elf's neck. Unexpectedly, the other elf was faster than him. He leaned back and then hit Dr. Gores' abdomen with his knee. However, Dr. Gores' reaction was also fast. He dodged and then quickly widened the distance between them. In a short fight, he already knew that the opponent was a skilled swordsman who was very difficult to deal with. Dr. Gores didn't plan to be entangled with the opponent here. Coincidentally, the cooldown time of the stealth ability was over, so he directly activated the ability and planned to escape. "You trespassed the temple. Do you think you can leave just like that? Stay." The male elf snorted coldly at this moment. Then he bent down and put the sword back into the scabbard. Then he made a sword drawing action, drawing the sword. It was as fast as lightning. While Dr. Gores was sneaking, he only felt a huge sense of crisis coming from his body. When he reacted, he felt that his lower back had suffered an unprecedented injury. His whole body was slammed against the wall, and his body sank into it. He felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the back of his neck and pulled out from the wall. Then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulders again. It turned out that the male elf quickly pierced through Dr. Gorse's left and right shoulders with his sword, directly abolishing his combat ability. Almost at the same time. What happened? Several elf guards who were patrolling hurried over. After seeing the male elf, they quickly said respectfully, "Captain Malik!" "Nothing. I just caught a guy who broke into the temple." The male elf who was holding an exquisite sword. Captain Malik said indifferently, "I have already knocked him down. There's nothing else. You can continue patrolling. I will deal with this person." The elf guards didn't have any doubts. They nodded and left together. At this time, Captain Malik looked at Dr. Gores, who had lost the ability to resist, and said, "Although I am not very clear about your origin, it just so happens that it's you." At this time, the doctor was paralyzed on the ground, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He looked at the male elf, who was looking down at him. In addition to the shock on his face, there was more doubt. He said that he would always be by my side, that he would hide his trump card, that he would secretly take action and then turn the tables. Where is he? Where did he go? Liar. F***CK. 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 Chapter 1804. Captain Malik tied Dr. Gores up and left immediately after making sure that he couldn't struggle. Dr. Gores could vaguely hear Captain Malik's voice. He was commanding some guards who were patrolling nearby. "I know you're here. Don't pretend to be dead," the doctor said in a low voice. "Yes, I'm here." Dr. Gores gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you help when Malik attacked me? Did you forget what you said before?" "Mr. Gores, don't you think it's a good opportunity now?" "What opportunity?" Dr. Gores couldn't help but frown. "You see, the purpose of entering the temple is to meet Mr. Varley again." "Mr. Gores, didn't you come here with this question?" "I think you'll be able to solve the question in your heart soon." "You mean, let Malik send me to the inner temple?" Dr. Gores couldn't help but frown. The path to the inner temple shouldn't be blocked. With my advanced skill and your invisibility scroll, we can sneak in. Why do we have to use this method? Didn't you see that my arms were crippled? Because, Mr. Gores, you've already met Captain Malik. The doctor was speechless at this time. He was silent for a moment and said angrily, "But you shouldn't just stand by and watch. Are you so sure that he won't kill me directly?" "It's okay." Boss Luo's voice sounded in Dr. Gores' ears. "I'll watch over you. Mr. Gores, don't worry. If it's a matter of life and death, I won't let you face it alone. We're a team now. We'll help each other in the same boat. Remember what you said." Dr. Gores snorted. "I'll trust you one more time." At this time, Captain Malik came back again. Without saying anything, he directly lifted Dr. Gores and walked all the way into the depths of the temple. At this time, Dr. Gores finally understood what Captain Malik had done before he left. Obviously, he was going to command the temple guards so that no one would notice him when he carried a person into the depths of the temple. "Where do you want to take me?" Dr. Gores asked in a deep voice. However, Captain Malik didn't respond. He didn't even look at him. Dr. Gores couldn't help but frown. "Aren't you curious as to why I sneaked into your temple?" Captain Malik said slowly. "My duty is to protect this temple. No matter who comes, no matter what they come for, it is the same." Dr. Gores was stunned. Could this guy be so stubborn? He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Mayfair asked me to come." Hearing this, Captain Malik stopped and finally lowered his head to look at Dr. Gores, who was being dragged by him. "Why did she ask you to come?" Dr. Gores said, She said that she left a very important thing in the temple, so she asked me to help her find it. After it's done, she will marry me." Captain Malik said expressionlessly, "Then did you find it?" Dr. Gores continued, "I was about to find it, but I didn't expect to meet you, hero. How about we make a deal? You let me go, and I will tell you where the thing is. Then you can take it back to Mayfair. According to the agreement, she will marry you. Look at that girl's figure, isn't it? Don't you feel a little excited just thinking about it? I can also help you play the piano outside the room. She did leave something here. Captain Malik shook his head. But it's not what you said. I didn't say what it was. How do you know I didn't say it? Dr. Gores shook his head. You are not her. How do you know? It's very simple. She is here. Captain Malik carried the doctor at this time, opened a door at the side, and walked in. Mayfair, this elf lady was in this room at this time, sitting in front of a desk, reading a book. Mayfair saw someone open the door and come in and showed a surprised expression. Captain Malik? Why are you? Who is this person? What the hell? Dr. Gores opened his mouth. The female elf in front of him was actually Mayfair. Dr. Gores was quite confused at this time. He was full of doubts and could only silently listen to the conversation between Captain Malik and Mayfair, who appeared in this room. This is an outsider who broke into the temple. He may be an adventurer who came from outside the forest. He said he was called by you. I don't know this guy. Mayfair in the room frowned and said, I have never seen him before. Captain Malik, what's going on? Apart from us, no one should be able to open the barrier of the tribe. Besides, it's a human. I used your blood? What? Dr. Gores looked at Mayfair in this room in surprise. He could easily see that Mayfair's eyes at this time had a deep prejudice and even disgust. It was not disgust at him, but it seemed to be disgust at the identity of a human or an outsider. You didn't go out today? Captain Malik suddenly asked. Mayfair shook her head and said indifferently, Today is my rest day. Captain, have you forgotten? After waking up in the morning, I haven't left the room. But if you want to find someone to prove it, I really can't find anyone. But I can kill this intruder with my own hands to prove myself. That's not necessary, Captain Malik said indifferently. It seems that this guy is just making things up to confuse us. I will deal with him properly. You have a good rest in the room. Vice Captain Mayfair. Mayfair at this time instantly stood at attention and responded loudly, Yes, sir. Wait, she is the vice captain? Dr. Gores couldn't help but exclaim at this time. Captain Malik said indifferently, What? You don't even know this? It seems that the next time you make up a story, you need to know more. Dr. Gores suddenly frowned and didn't say anything. He saw Mayfair's eyes at this time. Besides disgust, there was also doubt. Could it be that the one who was injured by the arrow in the forest was not the same as the Mayfair here? Sisters? Because in the castle there were twin sisters Tina and Tiff who were separated as conjoined twins. It wasn't difficult for Dr. Gores to accept this conjecture. Do you have any sisters? Dr. Gores quickly asked before he was taken away by Captain Malik. At the moment when the door was closed, he heard Mayfair's indifferent reply, No. You shameful intruder. Do you still want to slander me? The door was closed. Captain Malik took Dr. Gores away without saying a word. At this time, the originally closed door suddenly opened a little. A pair of green eyes kept peeping, until Captain Malik disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only then did she leave. In the room, Mayfair was leaning against the back of the door at this time, as if thinking about something. All of a sudden, Mayfair reached out with his hand to cover his shoulder, his back. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as a look of pain appeared on his face. Miss Elf's face also seemed to be a little pale at this time. After a while, the door of Vice Captain Mayfair's room quietly opened again, and then an agile figure came out of the door and quickly disappeared in the corridor. At this time, the door of the room slowly closed. It should have been closed if there was no accident, but at this time the door strangely stopped, and then it was pushed open by something invisible and opened again, and then closed. In the room there was still no one, but after a while, the books on the desk suddenly floated up and then flipped. Then the drawers were open one by one, but if it was locked, it was still locked. There was not much furniture in the room. There was some movement in the wardrobe at this time, as if someone had walked past, but it was not opened. Finally, behind a screen, there was a basin used to wash one's face. At this moment, there were still a few bloody strips of cloth hanging on it. Suddenly, the door of the room opened again and then closed. At this time, there was still no one in the corridor. Finally, Captain Malik stopped again in front of a huge door. This was probably the inner hall of the temple, where the god worshipped here was. Dr. Gores could not help but feel a little nervous at this time. Even if he was in good condition, he would still be nervous, not to mention that his hands were broken, and he was carried in like a lamb. At this time, the closed door slowly opened at this time. Like a devout guard, Captain Malik lowered his head and respectfully walked into the inner hall. Dr. Gores began to look at the environment here. There were almost no discrepancies between what Boss Luo told him after backtracking time. Dr. Gores saw a woman with her eyes covered and sitting on the throne, but her feet were connected to the floor like the roots of a plant. But at this time, Dr. Gores did not see the so-called Mr. Varley. Captain Malik directly threw Dr. Gores to the ground at this time. He kept his head down and did not look at the blindfolded woman on the throne. "I've brought the food you want." At the same time, a low voice sounded in this empty and strange inner hall. Almost at the same time, Dr. Gores' eyes suddenly shrank. This was indeed Mr. Varley's voice. "He's not an elf from the tribe." The low voice sounded. Captain Malik said unhurriedly, "This is an outsider who was caught sneaking into the temple today. He should be a human adventurer from outside the forest." As soon as Captain Malik finished speaking, a root not far from him suddenly rose and then whipped Captain Malik's body fiercely. With his strength, he could not avoid it. The whipping sound was so loud that even Dr. Gores felt pain at this time. But Captain Malik did not say a word at this time and silently endured it. "I need an elf." "Malik, don't try to provoke me. Bring an elf back for me." "I know." Captain Malik answered expressionlessly, then lowered his head and got up. He turned around and walked out of the inner hall without looking at Dr. Gores. The door closed, leaving Dr. Gores on the floor of the inner hall with a blank face. The doctor looked around blankly at this time and saw the dense roots on the wall above the woman on the throne suddenly opened. "Mr. Varley." Dr. Gores stared at the man who appeared at the place where the roots opened. Finally, the man was supported by a few roots and slowly landed. He then calmly walked to Dr. Gores. "You just called my name?" "Mr. Varley, it's really you," Dr. Gores said with a hint of joy on his face. "What that guy said is true. The person in this temple is really you." "That guy?" Mr. Varley looked at Dr. Gores at this time. "Who is that guy?" "Servant. I'm the leader of the servants in this game." Dr. Gores said subconsciously, "We are now in a time—" Dr. Gores suddenly stopped at this time and looked at Mr. Varley in surprise. "It shouldn't be like this. If this is the Mr. Varley he knew, he shouldn't have such a reaction when he saw me. It's like seeing a stranger." In addition, according to Luacio's experience with Mayfair in the inner hall, this Mr. Varley was also a member trapped in today. If Mr. Varley had been killed before and Mayfair went back in time, then Mr. Varley appeared here again at this time was already the best proof. Time has been going back to today. Then, in the trial road, what's the matter with the mark left by Sneeve's servant? "Why don't you continue?" Mr. Varley smiled slightly at this time. "I also want to know about the chess game outside." "The chess game outside." Dr. Gores was startled and said subconsciously, "Mr. Varley, how long have you been here?" "Not long." Mr. Varley said quite casually, "It should be more than a month since I defeated the Grand Duke of the family." "Grand Duke of the family, more than a month." Dr. Gores took a deep breath at this time. Mr. Varley defeated the Grand Duke of the family in the chessboard, and then he was angered and driven out of the territory of the clan in the Inhuman territory. That was a long time ago. At that time, he hadn't even been recruited yet. He was still in the Inhuman territory black market, doing some work for people with physical defects. This Mr. Varley? ######## PS. As usual,